whimsical of you, Amy.
Whimsical. I like that.
It's also healthy. Like, have fun.
Can't be too serious all the time.
I'm telling you, I say this all the time, right? If all you do is just consume bad news all the time, right? It's right. That's why
you can scroll the whole time.
But that's why I love our show.
Yes.
Because we bring the whimsy every day. Birthday boy David Martin, perfect example of that.
Yeah.
He is a good example.
Yeah.
Let's do it tomorrow. Jess, great to have you with us. Good look at Lake Eola on a chilly day.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Want to let you know we are monitoring a lot of things going on right now. A number of hearings in Tallahassee. I also want to give you a live look at the NTSB holding a hearing in Washington, D.C. right now about the midair collision that happened in 2025 between a helicopter and an airplane in Washington, D.C. killed 67 people, including 64 on board that passenger plane. This is a hearing that they're discussing the probable cause of that, so we're monitoring that, and we'll keep an eye on that as well throughout the morning. We're also getting ready for a work session in Orange County Public Schools, holding a conversation today as they move forward in this process of closing and consolidating 7 schools, most of them elementary schools, 1 middle school as well. So we will keep an eye on that and get you there once that gets underway. But right now I want to take you to Sunrise down in South Florida, where Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz is holding a news conference right now, began a little bit ago, where she is talking about skyrocketing healthcare costs over concerns about the lapse of the Affordable Care Act subsidies. Also talking about the impact here on Florida. We've talked before about how many people in Florida sign up in the Affordable Care Act. Florida, she says, saw the largest drop-off in ACA enrollment of any state in the country. More than 250,000 fewer people now getting coverage through the ACA. So talking about these healthcare costs, we also expect her later to take some questions from reporters as well. So let's go ahead and listen in live as she is speaking right now in South Florida. Again, Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
Republicans just don't seem to care. What is required could not be more clear. The Senate must act and get the enhanced premium tax credit extension bill that the House passed onto President Trump's desks immediately. Not next week, now. They're in session. they could do it this week. Florida has more Affordable Care Act signups than any state in the nation. Our own senators would do well to remember that simple fact this fall. So now I want to hear from some of the folks that I just had an opportunity to talk with. I'd like you to first meet Dr. Ankush Bansal, a physician from West Palm Beach. He's an assistant clinical professor at FIU and governor of the American College of Physicians Florida chapter. He'll share what he's heard from his patients. Thank you. I'll switch places with you.
Thank you, Congresswoman. My name is Ankush Bansal. I'm an internal medicine hospitalist. I work here in Florida and throughout the country. What I'll tell you is that I see many of my patients several times a week come into the hospital with conditions that could have been prevented if they were able to take their medicines and if they were able to follow up with their doctors. And I've asked some of these patients, why did they wait? Why did they not take their medicines that they were prescribed? Why didn't they see their doctor? And what they tell me frequently is that they had to make a choice. Was it going to be the medicines that they had to pay for, the doctor's visits, the housing that they have, either their mortgage or their rent, or groceries or utilities? That's a really tough thing to stomach, that they have to choose between eating or staying alive and taking medicines. And what this does is that it causes them to be admitted to the hospital with much worse conditions of their chronic diseases that could have been prevented. They have to remain in the hospital, sometimes get very expensive, long, drawn-out care. And this also takes away beds for people that may have car accidents, may need cancer treatment, may have other injuries that really do need the hospital. Now, all of you may remember that during the COVID pandemic, we all saw that hospitals were struggling. Well, they're still struggling. We have a national physician and nurse shortage, and having more patients having to come into the hospital because they can't get preventative care just makes the situation worse. This includes many of my patients who are on the ACA and rely on the enhanced premium tax credits, as well as those on Medicaid, which was also recently cut, and those on private insurance who have seen their premiums skyrocket. So I would love to help my patients, have them see their doctors, have them take their medicines, but I need help from our government to help me help my patients. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Johnson. Now I'd like to meet Dr. Naresh Pathak, Associate Clinical Professor at Nova Southeastern School of Medicine and Fellow at the American Academy of Hospice and Palliative Medicine, to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you. I think a story is worth a book. I'll share with you a story of my patient. We'll call him Mr. C. Been taking care of him for a very long time. Hypertension, diabetes, chronic condition for many, many years. In the past, he could afford minimal coverage to be able to come to the office and take his medications. When the medication and the insurance became unaffordable, I was seeing him without charging him. He kept coming for a while, then he started to feel guilty. So he stopped coming, stopped taking his medication. Eventually, he ended up in the hospital, county hospital, with heart attack and a kidney failure. This, in the richest country in the world, the most technologically advanced country in the world, is unfathomable. Something that could be avoided, could be delayed, happens like this. And this causes the safety net hospitals to be overwhelmed with care that they could be providing to other people. And eventually, it trickles down to us, the taxpayers. I just want to appeal as a primary care physician in the trenches who's been working in Broward County for close to 40 years, that we need to get together as concerned citizens to make sure that we speak for our colleagues and friends and patients who are unable to voice their own concerns. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pathak. Thank you. Next, I'd like to hear from Pam Borgio. She's a constituent from Hollywood who has faced these massive price hikes herself firsthand.
Thank you, Congresswoman. I'm a longtime resident of Hollywood, Florida. My name is Pamela Bergio, and this particular year has been a little bit, shall we say, challenging financially. I'm a widower, and the benefits that I receive are solely from my husband's Social Security. With that being said, I've had to make a choice of not taking a particular medicine. Sorry, Mom. And nurse congressman over here. And it's just gotten too expensive. The drug went from $60 for a 30-day supply to now $250 for the one medicine. And it's, do I take the medicine or do I pay for the insurance? So I'm in a catch-22 at that point. My insurance went from, I was fortunate on the Affordable Health Care Act, and I was paying $46 a month last year. It has now increased to $185 a month this year. People will say, well, that's not a lot of money. Well, it is when you're limited on your funds, as most of us are here in the state and anywhere else in our country. The prices have just become unaffordable, and we need to come up with a better plan. It will take time, but working together, talking to the residents, to everyone involved, doctors, nurses, government needs to help us out. We can't do it on our own, and I'm hoping there's some kind of a rescue plan that our government can help us with.
Thank you, Pam. I just want to be clear and underscore that Pam's only source of income is her late husband's Social Security. So when you go from $46 a month to $185, that's a quadrupling of her health care costs. As a percentage of her income, I mean, how is anyone supposed to be able to afford that? And I've sounded the alarm bell before. That's why I continue to come to this podium and bring people together so that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle can understand the impact of these horrendous decisions, of their callous indifference to the plight of individuals, of doctors who are treating patients who can no longer afford to come in to see them and who have incredibly complicated healthcare challenges that could have been avoided. Or a constituent like Pam, who is, I can barely even handle listening to her say that she's not taking medicine that I know that she needs to be taking, because she's having to choose between whether she can afford to pay her health insurance premiums or afford the medicine. That's just unacceptable in the United States of America. Okay, so before I get too, I'm wound up. So I'm gonna turn it over to our last speaker. I want you to hear from Steve Reyes, who is the owner of Gen Avion Trading, who will share his family's story and experience. His premiums for his family of four jumped from around $12,000 a year to more than $41,000 a year now. Steve?
Hi, Steve Reyes. Small business owner, so basically I deal with numbers, and the numbers for healthcare aren't looking too good for me. Last year under the ACA with subsidy, yes, it was $12,000 a year. This year, it's going to be over $40,000 a year, and mind you, my plan base number from last year to this year went up $800. So I've got to figure out the other $30,000 for this year, how to do it, and crossing my fingers that the senators figure something out, and we can kind of keep on going and figure out what we're going to do next. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all of my guests, and I'm just really so incredibly concerned. There is so much that is blotting out the sun when it comes to this affordability crisis that so many people are facing right now, and it's absolutely critical that we keep the focus on making sure that we help people be able to afford the kitchen table costs that allow them to have a decent life. And I'm going to head back to Washington soon, and I'm going to continue to work as hard as I can to push Republicans to help us address the financial crisis and the stress that you've heard about today. If my colleagues on the other side of the aisle continue to cater to billionaires and ignore my hardworking South Floridians, our family budgets are going to be demolished. You'll have more families who will drop their health care coverage. I tell you, as a breast cancer survivor myself, who, when I found my lump 18 years ago, I was able to go right to a doctor because I had health insurance coverage. When I went to the doctor, I also found out that after a genetic test that I carried a mutation that made it much more likely that I would get breast cancer in the first place, and that I would have a recurrence, and that I was at higher risk for ovarian cancer. Had I not had health insurance and been able to go to the doctor, I would never have known any of those things. I was likely to have been diagnosed at a later stage. I would not have known about my higher risk. I would not, that would have impacted my children eventually, who also now need to pay attention because they are, the children of a higher risk patient. So it's just absolutely critical that we focus on making sure that if you're sick, you can afford to go to the doctor, that you can get an annual checkup, that you can catch illness and disease early and get it treated at the earliest stages. We know that early detection is the key to survival. We cannot create a situation where less of us will be able to see doctors. We cannot create a situation where chronic but curable diseases go undiagnosed. We can't let people get sicker than they should be, and tragically, we'll have some of our friends and neighbors lose their lives directly as a result of not having health care coverage. So that's just an unacceptable situation that I refuse to ignore, and that I refuse to just stand still and not fight for. So I appreciate everyone joining us today. Thank you all so much. And everyone should stay tuned because this fight is not over.
At news conference wrapping up in Sunrise there after the Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz talking about concerns about skyrocketing healthcare costs and also talking about the drop in ACA enrollment here in the state of Florida. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. Looks like that OCPS work session has gotten underway. So we will check in on that and see if they've gotten part of that, gotten into the discussion about the school closures yet. So keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube. We'll be right back. Much more to come here on Fox 35 News Plus.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you straight to this Orange County Public Schools work session going on right now, where they are just getting underway, this discussion and presentation about the rezoning and school consolidation after the closure of 7 schools. This has been something that they've been talking about for a little bit, have been continuing to move forward in this process. So right now we're hearing a presentation from Stacy Neal, who is the Senior Director of Student Enrollment with Orange County Public Schools, talking about this process, talking about what the rezoning would look like for the students who go to some of those other schools. Just to get you caught up here before we listen in, the 7 schools that are being discussed being closed are Bonneville Elementary School, Chickasaw Elementary, Eccleston Elementary, Meadow Woods Elementary, McCoy Elementary, Orla Vista Elementary, and Union Park Middle School. So let's go ahead and listen in as this presentation continues at the OCPS work session going on live right now in Orlando.
For technical rezoning, there are no students involved, and the area to be moved is uninhabited land. For targeted rezoning, only selected areas are recommended to be moved, and there is usually a small group of students involved. Relief school rezoning, this is when a new school is opening and it affects a large number of students. School consolidation closes underutilized sites and it affects a large number of students. Information regarding rezoning can be found on the rezoning website at www.ocps.net. Under the School tab, you will click on School Rezoning. From there, it will take you to the rezoning currently in the works page, where you will find the rezoning timeline, community presentations, maps, data, and survey links. OCPS has in policy a grandfathered transfer to ease the rezoning process for families under certain conditions. For a student who has been rezoned by OCPS 2 or more times during the school level, that is K through 5, 6 through 8, or 9 through 12, at the current address. For a student who has been rezoned from an established school to another established school, and in this case, the student may remain at the existing school instead of being assigned to the rezoned school. For a student who will be in the 5th or 8th grade and will be rezoned to a new relief elementary or middle school. This policy will apply for students being rezoned from East Lake Elementary to Columbia, Legacy Middle School to Discovery Middle School, and Odyssey Middle School to Legacy Middle School. Students may remain at the existing school instead of being assigned to the rezoned school. Parents must apply by April 30th, 2026. Please note that transportation is not provided by OCPS for students on a grandfathered transfer. Siblings may be eligible to transfer with a student who is granted the grandfathered transfer. However, sibling transfers are only valid while the grandfathered student attends the school. We offer 3 ways for families to share their input on the rezoning: an online survey, petitions, and email. You have received the survey results for each proposed school consolidation. We are currently summarizing all feedback submitted through surveys, petitions, and email. The final report will be provided before the Rule Development Workshop on February 3rd. Survey links will reopen again after the Rule Development Workshop. We will now present 7 school consolidations that would redistribute students to 17 additional schools. Together, these recommendations address under-enrollment across 24 schools. Our first rezoning is Bonneville Elementary School. This slide represents historical and projected enrollment at Bonneville Elementary School. The bars to the left of the orange bar show the last 7 years of enrollment, and the bars to the right summarize projected enrollment in the next 10 years. The orange bar shows schools' enrollment in the current year. Bonneville's current enrollment is 368, and the school's capacity is 938, which shows that the school is more than 60% under capacity. The checkered portion of the bars show how many students reside in the zone versus how many students attend. The red line labeled necessary enrollment at 680 marks the minimum number of students required to fully fund an elementary school. Current and projected enrollment fall well below this threshold. The next slide shows maps and demographic data to help illustrate the potential impact of students or on students, families, and schools. Let's start by reviewing the map to orient you with the current proposed zones. Red lines indicate current elementary school boundaries. Schools involved in the rezoning are Bonneville Elementary School, Eastlake Elementary, and Columbia Elementary School. The colored areas are the proposed zones. Purple is Eastlake and green is Columbia. The next slides will show you zoomed-in views of the areas proposed to be moved. From Bonneville to Eastlake Elementary, there are 321 elementary students residing and attending Bonneville Elementary School recommended to be moved to Eastlake Elementary School. From Eastlake Elementary School to Columbia, there are 191 students residing and attending Eastlake Elementary, recommended to be moved to Columbia Elementary. The next slide displays the demographic breakdown for each school, both before and after the rezoning. The first column shows the name of the school involved in the rezoning with the school's Florida Inventory of Schoolhouses Capacity, also known as FISH. FISH capacity refers to the official number of students a school is designated to accommodate as determined by the state. This figure is maintained by district staff in the Florida Inventory of Schoolhouses, a comprehensive database that includes every room in all district-owned schools. The next column displays student enrollment from October 15, 2025, with a percentage breakdown for race as white, black, and other, and ethnicity as non-Hispanic and Hispanic. The third column shows the difference between enrollment and capacity. The fourth column displays the current number of students residing in each zone. The next column shows how many students will be residing in each zone if this rezoning takes place. The next column is FARMS, which stands for Free and Reduced Meals. ESE stands for Exceptional Student Education, and the percentage at each school before and after the rezoning. The last column shows ELL, which stands for English Language Learners, the percentage current and proposed. I will give you a moment to review the numbers for each school.
This is a presentation about rezoning continuing in Orange County at the OCPS work session, where they're discussing the closure of 7 schools, 6 of them elementary schools, 1 middle school. And really what you're seeing here, interesting to kind of see the ripple effect of rezoning. And you also see the numbers here. The other schools that are going to be impacted by the closure of Bonneville, all under-enrolled. So a number of elementary schools in Orange County under-enrolled compared to their kind of full capacity. And again, another look at the map, another kind of separate option for zoning for that. So this conversation and presentation continuing right now in Orlando. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back with more after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. We're now seeing some conversation from the members of the OCPS board. This is District 1 member Angie Gallo, who is speaking right now. Let's go ahead and listen in. We just heard most of that presentation about rezoning. So let's go ahead and listen in here.
At the school, trying to create continuity, I like option 2 better. I think keeping all of the people up to 419 on Lake Pickett with those 2 communities there, the new Solace community and the Grow at East Lake makes more sense. While, you know, East Lake loves all their kids, so they don't want to lose anybody from Buffalo. They don't want to lose anybody from Corner Lakes. But when you look at the pattern and you look at where the schools go, it also doesn't make sense that they would pass by Columbia on their way to East Lake Elementary, because it's probably about 4 or 5 miles apart. So it doesn't make sense to do that, but it does make sense to kind of clean the lines up and take it down to 419. With the first option, I was concerned that the numbers weren't representative. Like, we had Columbia that would be growing. They would get the 191 students and they would get the Grow. So they had the potentially to grow in capacity, where East Lake kind of stayed flat. And to me, I felt it was an uneven distribution of students, which is why I like the new option better. I know that when you look at the projections, it then kind of shows that East Lake is growing at a larger number, and it's kind of disproportionate with Columbia. But the Grow is like over a 10-year plan. They're just now starting to sell homes. They're very expensive, so I don't know how many families were truly going to get into that neighborhood. And they're also telling the residents they're going to build a school. Well, if we don't have the capacity, you know, and I'm telling everybody in my community, there's nothing in my 10-year SIP plan that would justify us putting a school into the Grow, because we would still have room at both East Lake and Bonneville. We have room at Corner Lake, and we have room at East River High School. That wouldn't stop them from building a charter schools, and I have heard rumblings that the developer has been talking about charter schools. Are placing a K-12 charter school in that area, which would further erode the amount of students that we have. So I don't think that the projections will be that high for East Lake. And if they are, then we can look at it as the Grow gets built out. I've said all along that the most important thing to me is when we build these communities and we have zoned them and people are buying homes and they're taking tours of the school that they think they're going to go to, I don't like them changing that on them. I think that's when they kind of get mad and it upsets them. When we say, hey, you're zoned here. Oh, by the way, you bought the house. Now you're not zoned here. You're going to go to a different school. Although both of those schools are fabulous. I mean, Columbia and East Lake could be twin sisters. If you wouldn't visit them, you really wouldn't know the difference between the 2 schools. But I do like the second plan better, as I think the Grow coming to East Lake makes more sense. Then it keeps any new Grow, because there are homes that if you go if you cross over 419 and keep going on Lake Pickett towards Christmas, there are new developments. And there's not a lot of families in there because the homes are expensive, and the homes in the Grow are going to be expensive too. So as that develops, those people, and I know we don't have projections showing that, could come to Columbia. So I'm just personally in favor of option 2. I do want to discuss the ASD units and the VE pre-K units, because the amount of students that are being moved that we're talking about right now is 321. There's another 47 students that are in units that we're kind of flip-flopping around. And I want to make sure that when we're looking at that and moving those students, that it makes sense. So, for example, I think I saw, and it's not on here, so I can't speak to it, but when we were at the community meeting, we were talking about moving the VE pre-K over to Riverdale. Those students that are in the VE pre-K at East Lake are zoned for East Lake, and so to move them to Riverdale and then bring them back to East Lake doesn't make much sense to me. East Lake already, and they're already set up for the VE, so it would make more sense to me that they get the VE pre-K because they're already set up to handle the VE pre-K. They have an IND unit, and then maybe because Columbia, I think, has an ASD unit, correct me if I'm wrong, to send some of those ASD units over to Columbia. That way they get to keep the kids that they have, they can increase their VE pre-K numbers, and then we can kind of switch some of those other kids to Columbia, because I do understand that we don't want to overwhelm a school with too many different units at the school, right? We want to make sure that we have the resources provided. But it's my understanding that Columbia already has a behavioral specialist at the school, and they can handle those units. So I'm wondering if we can look into some more configurations with our students with unique abilities that are in units. And we're not really talking about it here. I'm not sure why, but I would like to see a rework up of what that looks like. Because I don't want to send Eastlake students that are zoned for Eastlake over to Riverdale and have them on a bus all the way over to Riverdale to then bring them back in kindergarten. That doesn't make sense to me.
Yes. Certainly we'll look at that. There's a lot of factors that go into it. First and foremost, the ESC unit centers, that's not part of the rezoning process. Those change. Sometimes they change every year. There were factors dealing with the number of units at a school. We've tried to cap the number at 4 because schools have shared. It's a big burden. I'm sorry. That it taxes the school and the resources when there are more than 4 units at the school. So we will look at that, but there was a lot of work that went into it. Additionally, we have several units where there's VE pre-K that they're not going to their zone school. They attend the VE pre-K at one school, and then the following year they go to their zone school. So that's not unusual here.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. And I know there's a lot of thought and a process and procedure that goes into it. And I understand that there's VE programs, pre-K VE programs at other schools that aren't zoned, but Eastlake is already set up with a VE pre-K program. Like they're already doing it. They have it. They're zoned there. So in that case, why disrupt those students or those families and send them to another school then to bring them back? I'm trying to look for, I guess, continuity and to minimize the impact on other students due to the consolidation of another school. Like if any way we can limit the impact to the families that are going to the schools that we're transferring kids into, I would support, because it's like a domino effect. And so then it just impacts more students. So where we can, I would like to keep that disruption to a minimum.
We'll take a look at it, and we'll have staff bring it back.
Thank you so much. And then my other thing that I want to talk about is, we talked about grandfathering in students and how if their siblings came, that they would only be allowed to stay there until their older sibling left, which I understand is what we have in policy. But in these instances, I think Columbia and Bonneville, Columbia and Eastlake, even with receiving the Bonneville students, will still be in the open enrollment. So I want to make sure that we're telling families that if it's an open enrollment school, then do the open enrollment, don't do the grandfather, because then your siblings can stay there for as long as they want. It's only under the grandfather that they have to leave, but if they do it under open enrollment, then their siblings can stay through their tenure at the school. So I want to make sure that as we go through this process, that we're giving parents all of the information, so that they can make the best decisions possible, because in some situations a grandfather won't be the best option, especially if those siblings have to leave. But that's my opinion. I like the second option better, and I appreciate Dr. Vasquez saying that she will look into the ASD and the VE units so that we can provide as little disruption to those students as possible. Thank you.
A lot of factors to be considered as they move forward with this process, and as we talked about, you heard the domino effect, the ripple effect of the rezoning, and just a number of things for the board to consider that they're working through today at this work session as they discuss the consolidation and the closure of 7 schools. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. I want to get you back inside this Orange County Public Schools work session where the members of the board having the chance to ask some questions about the rezoning process right now, specifically talking about what it would mean for Bonneville Elementary School once it were closed down and kind of the ripple effect of rezoning that would stem from that. Many of those students moving to East Lake and moving some students from East Lake to Columbia as well. Several elementary schools under-enrolled and kind of shift things around. They were showing numbers that Bonneville is about 60% under capacity this year for the 2025-2026 school year, when just a few years ago, 2018-2019, they had 601 students, now down to 368. Under-enrollment, one reason they said they are looking at closing that and 5 other elementary schools plus a middle school. So let's go ahead and listen in as this Orange County Public Schools Board work session continues live right now.
Is below Lake
And maybe
Pickett
it makes more sense for these parents to just go down because it would be closer to Columbia.
I'm sorry, Alicia, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Go ahead. No, go.
So the Solus, the way it is, the entrance for that new community is off of 419, but it kind of backs up to Lake Pickett. So it's not, I know it looks like it's a dead end, but it only looks that way because there's no exit onto Lake Pickett Road. It's like 419, but it does connect.
Perfect. That's all I wanted to know. I just wanted to make sure it didn't get fall through the cracks or something. I just noticed it. But anyways, thank you. That was all I had to say.
So I do have.
Member Gallo, you recognize.
So can we keep the Solus within East Lake? Because I think that's only projected to have, and they've already, the only reason I'm asking is because I said earlier, they've already done tours at East Lake Elementary, and they believe that that's going to be their school. And I still believe it's 2 miles from Columbia, so we'd still be busing those students to Columbia. It's not like those students, if they're walkers, then that'd be one thing, but I believe we're still would have to bus them to Columbia.
And you're correct. So it is not a large, it is not a large development. It is only 48 units, and based on the student generation, it's 48 units, 9 elementary school students based on the student generation rate. I want to see if we have current students in here.
So since those families have already visited East Lake, my preference would be to keep them at East Lake.
Okay.
Because it even though the entrance is off 419, it's on the corner of Lake Pickett and 419. And so if you're trying to make a clean line, in my mind, because even with the other developments, there's no exit onto 419, but those homes go all the way north on 419. I mean, when you look at the map, the kids look like they're on North 419, but they're not. They're in that neighborhood that has access off of Lake Pickett.
Okay.
So we will take a look at it to see and bring that back, if that's okay, so that we can see if it works to add the solace.
Okay, thank you. And I know that we've compiled the survey results from Bonneville and from Union Park Middle School. So I'm just going to upfront say I'm not going to die on any hill. I want to listen to what the community has to say. And if the community is like, Gallo, I don't know what you're talking about, but this isn't what we want, then I want to truly listen to the community. But it's just in my mind, in the way that it's, and my kids went to East Lake, so I know this community very, very, very well. And so I'm willing to listen to what the community has to say. So I want to say this is my preference, but after looking at the survey results, if, those could change my mind. So I just want to put that caveat out there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Member Gallo. All right, we have some direction here to go with the option number 2. And we're not going to take a vote, but if there isn't any disagreement amongst the board, we'll go forward with that one and advertise that for our rule development meeting. Thank you. with the direction of adding the solace, which makes sense to me. I zoomed in with an area.
I'm looking at staff for direction.
like you.
Is 9 going to be?
It might be a
should
difference of
fine.
9 students.
Okay, so then we're good to
Yeah.
add them in. All right.
Okay. All right.
Can we look further into it because of the distance? Because you're absolutely correct about how they exit. But the distance going to Lake Pickett and coming down to Columbia is a little easier than going Lake Pickett up to, is that Tanner Road? Tanner Road up to the school. So 9 students, not a difference. However, we do take in consideration, traffic and transportation and distance.
We can.
I'm sorry, and I totally understand. I would argue that if you go out to Columbia and look at their traffic on how to get in and out, and then go to East Lake, and East Lake will tell you it's not pretty there either. It's not pretty at any school. I'll just be honest. I mean, it's the traffic on pickup and or drop off and dismissals. It's going to take you a few minutes to get through those lines, no more than like 10 to 20, but I'm willing to look at it. But we've been busing Buffalo to East Lake for years and years and years and years. So I don't know that 9 students going to East Lake, if they've already toured East Lake and that's where they think they're going to go, is going to make a huge difference. But again, I'm willing to listen and see what the community wants. Thank you.
All right.
Right now, we're going to step aside, take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. The Orange County Public Schools Board in their work session right now discussing the impact of rezoning after the closure of Union Park Middle School, the one middle school that they are looking at closing amid the closure of 7 different schools, 6 of them elementary schools. We've been listening into this meeting, this work session, where they're kind of working through a lot of the factors, talking about rezoning and really just considering the ripple effect of what this closure and school consolidation is going to do for students and parents and faculty and staff as well. So we're going to go ahead and listen in a little bit longer here. as we near the noon hour here on Fox 35 News Plus. Now that they're talking about Union Park Middle School, let's listen in for a little bit more here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Students residing and attending Legacy recommended to be moved to Discovery. From Odyssey Middle School to Legacy Middle School, there are 199 students residing and attending Odyssey Middle School, recommended to be moved to Legacy. Here is the demographic overview for each of the schools. I will give you a second to review the numbers. Here's the projection slide. I'll give you a moment to review this slide. If approved, this rezoning will commence August 2026. And this concludes our presentation for Union Park Middle School's consolidation. Dr. Vasquez.
Member Gallo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so this is another one that's in my district. And there's lots of moving parts to this one. I think the elementaries were a little bit easier because they were just a little bit more fluid and there was only a couple of schools to choose from. Where in the middle school, and I believe this is the only middle school that we're consolidating, it gets a little bit messier. So my first question is, with Glen Ridge, currently there's only 30 students that would go from Union Park to Glen Ridge Middle. How many in that zone reside that go to maybe Arbor Ridge or go to a different school that then could choose, because of the zoning, to go to Glen Ridge? What is that? What is the potential number of students that Glen Ridge could actually receive if everybody in that area decides to go to Glen Ridge?
137 students.
All right. Well, I'm gonna bat that over to Member Vanos because that's her school.
And,
so I'm gonna let her discuss that.
two of which attend Arbor.
So I know we have the survey results, so I'd be interested, and I know that there's grandfathering and there's open enrollment, and in looking at the numbers, obviously there wouldn't be transportation, but kids could stay at the school that they're at if they're able to find the transportation. So can I ask, like, what was the reason for all the,
Union Park will no longer be open, so
Well, I
there's
mean-
no grandfather for that.
I know, I'm sorry, I misspoke. I understand that. I'm talking about the other schools that we're moving kids.
Yes.
We're moving kids out of. Like, we're moving kids out of Legacy and Odyssey, and I think Roberto Clemente, right? And so, or no?
We're moving into.
So what are the two schools that we're moving kids out of because of the Union Park students are coming to them?
From Legacy to Discovery, and then I believe that's we have some kids going into Odyssey, from Odyssey to Legacy.
Okay. So Legacy will be losing students and Odyssey will be losing students.
Yes.
So again, I kind of want to look at the survey. What was the reasoning behind moving them out? Were we trying to clean up feeder patterns? Can you just explain that a little bit?
So, for example, Glen Ridge, those students going into Glen Ridge would clean up the high school feeder. So those middle school students that we're moving from Union Park into Glen Ridge also feed to Winter Park. So that is cleaning up that feeder pattern. And the other options, pretty much same thing. Let's see, we're cleaning up part of the university high school feeder pattern with moving those students from Union Park into Odyssey. So or from Odyssey, sorry, to Legacy. It cleans up the high school feeder pattern.
Okay. So when we looked at it, it's just it cleans up the feeder pattern to keep students together so that when they move on to the next school that they're all going together.
Yes.
Okay. Again, I know that we have the survey, so I'm looking forward to seeing what the community has to say. I will say
this board meeting continuing the work session where they're discussing rezoning, talking now about Union Park Middle School. Sounds like a number of different factors, a little bit more at play than even in the elementary school. So a lot for the board to discuss, and they're doing so today. We will keep monitoring this. We'll get you back to it as needed. Let me give you a live look right now. President Trump going to be leaving Washington, D.C. soon, heading to Iowa, where this afternoon he is scheduled to hold a rally. Here's a live look right now at Air Force One, where we expect the president to be boarding and leaving soon. So we'll keep an eye out for his departure as well. Right now, we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back with more after this. We're going to talk about these cold temperatures here in Central Florida, and also get you inside this NTSB hearing where they're discussing the D.C. midair collision. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back with more Fox 35 News Plus after this. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now, and Brooks bracing for that chill.
Oh my gosh, this is going to be legit cold. Yeah. So it was cold this morning. Yeah. It's going to be colder tomorrow morning. There's a little teeny hint of a warm up, and then it's just the lowest it's been in years.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. There's no way to put it in a nice way. It's going to be cold. In fact, it'll be the coldest 2-night consecutive period in 16 years. And that's significant because it's going to be 2 hard freezes coming up late this week and early next week in a row. It's like a 1-2 punch for plants. The first one stresses them if it doesn't take them out for the tropical plants, and the second one will finish the job. So that said, I know it's not the most optimistic way to start the weather forecast, but at least we won't have much of the way of rain to worry about. Some sunshine, although cool sunshine today. We warm up to about 50 degrees by 1. Next couple of hours warming up, at least cracking the 50-degree mark, up to 55 by 4 o'clock. It's going to be colder than normal by about 15, 16 degrees. Our average high is about 71, 72, depending on where you are in Central Florida. Tonight, there's a freeze warning in effect all the way to the beaches of Volusia County, including Daytona Beach. This excludes Brevard County, but it's going to be pretty close to it. Bottom line is this. The gusty winds die down. Skies are clear. The air is super, super dry. The dew points are in the teens, and that's going to allow for the heat of the day to escape into space, what's called radiational cooling, and the temperature will cool to nearly the dew point. So these wake-up temperatures, I'm actually thinking they're too warm. I think we're probably going to be more like 33 Orlando, 29 Leesburg, Villages 28, Ocala probably 25, 26. So you get the idea. We've got a cold night on the way, and then it gets colder. You see, we've got this weak system coming our way from the Gulf on Saturday. It actually becomes a really strong system once it moves off of the southeast coastline. It becomes a nor'easter. It could produce some heavy snow for parts of the Carolinas, into the mid-Atlantic, Virginia, and southern New England before it moves off into the open ocean. For us, it's going to result in cloud-free conditions after the front moves through for Sunday. It'll be a totally bluebird day, it looks like, with very dry air at all levels of the atmosphere. But high temperatures will not get out of the 40s on Sunday after a low in the mid-20s. And then that'll set the stage for temperatures as cold as the lower to mid-20s on Monday to follow. So it'll be a 1-2 punch, both hard freezes. And the last time this has happened was about 16 years ago. So at least it's not going to be like wintry, right? I mean, you got to think about this. As much as we complain about the cold, right now in places like Nashville, there are still a lot of folks without power. And temperatures at night have been in the teens, and outside of Nashville in the single digits. They've got that ice storm that came through. Also the case in parts of Mississippi and in different areas around the South. So it goes from the inconvenience of not being able to travel to a safety issue where people aren't able to heat their homes in a lot of cases. Most of the homes across the South are they're heated with forced air, electricity needed. Unless you have like a gas stove or some kind of a wood-burning stove, there's no heat. So it really does become a big deal. That can burst pipes, obviously, if there's water-bearing pipes inside of these homes, not designed to be that cold that long. So that said, when you see this forecast, for us, we're also going to be facing the possibility of burst pipes if you have uninsulated pipes. Think about your pool hardware, your pool plumbing, irrigation system if you have pipes that have water inside of the pipes. Not so much underground, but if there's some of the hardware leading up to the well or whatever you have in the backyard going on. Temperature is about 21 degrees on Sunday morning in Ocala, 27 in Orlando, and 28 degrees in Melbourne. It'll be in the mid-30s all the way down to Miami, which is really cold. That'll drop the iguanas for sure across South Florida. Now, the feels-like temperature, when you add in the wind chill, it'll be in the single digits and teens on Sunday morning. That's cold. I don't care if you're in Montana. That's cold for everywhere, much less Orlando. I mean, that's insane. Garrett?
Yeah.
Any comments?
No. I'm over here.
We're all like, oh my gosh.
I'm over here shaking my head, and every time you say a new number, I'm just like,
Well, wait, there's more. Let's get right to it. So here it is. So here's Sunday, and then looking at the stats, because I mentioned that stat about how it's the coldest weather in 16 years. I bring receipts. So the coldest 2-night stretch in 16 years, because you got to go back to 2010. Now, I was here for this one. I was working in TV in Tampa, December 28th and 29th. It was 26 and 24 respectively in Orlando. And I remember when I was in Tampa, all the queen palm trees, they didn't die, but all the green palm fronds were shocked yellow. There was a lot of damage to a lot of the tropicals. And here in Orlando, it was even more severe for a lot of the plants that can kind of make it through the year, but not always, like the crotons, the Hawaiian tie, some varieties of like foxtail palm trees. So there's going to be a lot of tree damage. Sunday and Monday morning forecast 27 and 25 respectively. So it's going to be on par with that freeze 16 years ago. Pretty wild, right? I mean, 16 years is a long time. That was 2010. A lot has happened in 16 years. So, yeah, it just shows you how unusual it is. All right, this is also unusual. Almost every day on the 7-day forecast is a Fox 35 Storm Team alert because of the cold. We do it primarily during the work week to let kids know at the bus stop you need to have a jacket and a hat and gloves, and folks commuting into work are typical high 72, typical low 50. And then for the weekend, it's going to be because it's just brutally cold for where we are. Some rain on Saturday, followed by dry conditions Sunday. Highs only in the 40s on Sunday, and Groundhog Days on Monday. Now, I can't leave, speaking of animals, the elephant in the living room. There's been talk of flurries and stuff like that in Florida, and it's not looking likely at all at this point. It looks like based on the orientation of where that low sets up, it would just be too dry. Some of the models have suggested there could be some moisture coming off the Gulf, maybe bringing some flurries to Tampa, but spoke to a friend there who's a meteorologist for 35 years, and he said that he's seen in the models over and over and over these forecasts for almost like lake effect snows in Tampa, but it never happens. So that would be extraordinary. So going for a snow-free forecast, it's just going to be, it'll be cold enough to, you could make it in your backyard if you had like a hose with water, compressed air. But speaking of hoses, people are going to have to cover up spigots and any kind of exposed pipes to avoid issues with plumbing.
Yeah, a lot of things to watch for this weekend. And you talk about the Groundhog Day. I'm a little afraid of what the Groundhog, normally don't worry about it too much down here, but it seems like we've had, pretty chilly winter and bracing for the coldest stuff ahead here.
I think if my memory's right, in Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania, on Groundhog Day, it's going to be in the single digits.
Oh my gosh.
If Phil doesn't see his shadow, it'll be a miracle. I think it'll be optimism from Phil's keepers.
Right. Oh, man. All right. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Brooks Garner, we appreciate you joining us.
You got it. Thanks, Garrett.
As we go to break, give you a live look right now downtown Orlando. Doesn't look cold out there, but if you've been out there, you know it is. Although it's warming up now. Nice day out there at this point. A little chilly still but not too bad in the sun. Ugh, man, just going to get worse. Fox 35 News Plus will be back with more after this, so keep it here on Fox Local and on YouTube.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let me give you a live look right now in Washington, D.C. I know we were just talking about the cold down here in Florida, but it could always be worse. Look at the snow being blown off the tarmac there. This is awaiting the departure of President Trump on Air Force One, and they've been getting the snow off the runway there. It has been just one of the areas that has been hit hard by the winter storm across much of the country, dealing with snow and ice and frigid temperatures as well. President Trump heading to Iowa today, expected to hold a rally later this afternoon. I believe that's scheduled for around 4 o'clock in Iowa. Meanwhile, let me give you a live look right now also in Washington, D.C. This is the NTSB board meeting, having their hearing, and by the end of the day is expected to have a probable cause voted on for the midair collision that happened last year, that happened in Washington, D.C., that killed 67 people. We are coming up on the anniversary of that, and hearing different presentations and discussions and testimony today. We heard from the chair of the National Transportation Safety Board saying at the beginning of this hearing this morning that it was the result of deep underlying and systemic failures that led to that aviation disaster. Again, we're just a couple of days away now from the first anniversary of that, and so the NTSB talking about what led to it, and also perhaps more importantly, recommendations to try to prevent something like that from happening again. So let's go ahead and listen in live as this hearing continues in Washington, D.C.
As part of the investigation, a simplified TCAS display was simulated using the accident flight data. Due to technological constraints, the simulation omits details that would have been available to the crew, such as the airport symbol, course overlay, extended runway centerline, or terrain. A symbol depicting the airplane is shown in the bottom center of the display. This video shows the display set to a 5-mile range. 5 and 2.5 mile distance rings are visible. An indication, TA only, located in the top right corner, indicates that RAs are inhibited at this altitude. The blue diamond depicts the relative position of the helicopter. Below the blue diamond are numbers that indicate the helicopter's altitude below the airplane in hundreds of feet. Occasionally, an up or down arrow will appear to the right of the blue diamond to indicate if the helicopter is climbing or descending. Using accident flight data, a simulation of the accident airplane's TCAS display is shown on the right. The blue diamond represents PAT 25, and the target symbology will change from a blue diamond to a yellow circle when a traffic advisory is issued. The crew of Flight 5342 received a TA for PAT 25 about 20 seconds before the collision.
Traffic.
This is in accordance with the TCAS standards. The airplane's TCAS did not issue an RA, which would have commanded a maneuver to the airplane's crew to avoid the collision. This functioned as designed per the TCAS standard. TCAS 2 inhibits RAs below 1,100 feet above ground level when climbing and below 900 feet when descending. Above these inhibit altitudes, a TA will always progress to an RA if the threat of collision increases. During the development of the TCAS 2 minimum operational performance standards in the late 1980s, significant research and testing went into establishing the inhibit altitudes as a trade-off between maximizing the effective alerting envelope and minimizing nuisance alerts. This trade-off was made based on the technological limitations available at the time of TCAS 2 development. The accident airplane was below the RA inhibit altitude, resulting in no RA being issued to avoid the collision. ACAS-X was developed as the next evolution of TCAS 2. The goal was to create a system that improved existing collision avoidance alerting while reducing the number of nuisance alerts. There are several variants of ACAS-X, including ACAS-XA, designed for commercial airplanes, and ACAS-XR, which is designed for rotorcraft. Advances since the development of TCAS 2 standards allow ACAS-XA to provide improved alerting. Among other enhancements, ACAS-XA systems utilize ADS-B-IN information in addition to transponder interrogations and replies. ACAS-XA includes improved algorithms to more accurately reflect actual collision risk. The ACAS XA standards are approved by the FAA. A series of simulations conducted by MIT Lincoln Laboratory using the circumstances of this accident showed that the crew of Flight 5342 would have received a TA about 8 seconds earlier if the airplane had been equipped with ACAS XA, even though ADSB information directly from the helicopter was unavailable. Staff have proposed 2 recommendations to the FAA in this area. Although ACAS XA can deliver earlier and more accurate alerts than TCAS-2, the current RA inhibit altitudes under ACAS XA are the same as those of TCAS-2 and would have prevented ACAS XA from issuing an RA under the accident circumstances. Simulations of the accident conditions were performed wherein the airplane was equipped with ACAS XA. This time, the RA inhibit altitudes were lowered to 300 feet above ground level. The results of the simulations indicated that the risk of a near midair collision was with lowered RAs was reduced by more than 90%. Staff have proposed 2 recommendations to the FAA in this area. Other traffic display systems, such as ADSB in-displays, can show directional traffic symbols that indicate a target's direction of flight, increasing pilots' situation awareness and reducing the time pilots need to visually acquire traffic. As depicted on the screen as a blue diamond, pilots must monitor the display over time to determine in which direction the target is moving. Alternatively, as depicted on the screen as a blue arrowhead, systems with directional traffic symbols rotate the symbol to indicate the target's direction of flight. Most TCAS-1 and TCAS-2 systems display non-directional traffic symbols. Although ACAS XA systems can display directional traffic symbols, they are not required for certification as the minimum operational performance standards are currently written. Staff have proposed 1 recommendation to the FAA in this area. Another feature that could reduce the time to visually acquire target aircraft is the detailed traffic callouts in the ADSB Traffic Advisory System, or ATAS. ATAS generates verbal alerts indicating the clock position, relative altitude, range, and vertical tendency of proximate traffic. For example, traffic, 2 o'clock, high, 2 miles, descending. ACAS does not include detailed traffic callouts that could reduce pilots' time to acquire a target. Staff have proposed 1 recommendation to the FAA in this area. The accident helicopter was not equipped with TCAS or an integrated ADSB in traffic display, nor was it required to be. ACAS XR, the version of...
Continuing to listen into this NTSB hearing as they are talking about the causes of the deadly midair collision in Washington, D.C., and some takeaways, things that they believe will make things safer for air travel moving forward, lessons learned, ways to prevent similar tragedies from happening in the future. We are going to step aside and take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Give you a live look at Joint Base Andrews, Washington, D.C. As you see the arrival of Marine One carrying President Donald Trump, expected to board Air Force One here in just a few minutes to take off for Iowa, where he essentially is kicking off a midterm fight for Republicans, doing some campaigning there in Iowa, and expected to hold a rally a little bit later this afternoon around 4 o'clock. So that'll be going on there. We expect the president's remarks again. He's going to be landing here in the helicopter and then taking off shortly on Air Force One. I do believe he also spoke briefly with reporters as he left the White House, and so I think we'll have that sound shortly for you being played back, and we'll try to bring that to you live as that is played back. Again, it was just moments ago, but as we get that feed live, we'll try to bring that to you live. Right now, though, I do want to give you a live look, and we'll go ahead and listen back in as this NTSB hearing continues, where they're talking about the causes of the deadly midair collision between a commercial airline and an Army helicopter. What we're hearing right now is a presentation about the Army helicopter and some of what went wrong with things on their end. So let's go ahead and listen in here as we monitor a number of other things as well. I do expect also, it looks like we're about to get this White House, this feed from the president speaking as he left the White House just a few moments ago. Again, so I do want to let you know we will bring you that feed as soon as that begins, and we'll split screen that with the president as he gets ready to leave Washington, D.C. for Iowa. So we can go ahead and listen in here to the NTSB hearing for a moment, but again, just a word of caution, I will interrupt that here in just a minute when we hear from President Donald Trump leaving the White House just moments ago. So go ahead and get you to this NTSB hearing right now.
Aircraft pitot-static systems and barometric altimeters have defined performance specifications, including tolerances for allowable errors after manufacture. These allowable errors can generally be split up into two categories: instrument error related to the performance of the barometric altimeter itself, and position error due to the effects on the pitot-static system, such as external aerodynamic effects. Instrument and position errors can become additive, but still must remain within their design criteria. Analysis of flight data from this accident showed that PAT 25's pressure altitude parameter was about 100 feet lower than other recorded altitudes. Data from flights conducted on other UH-60 Lima helicopters at the battalion found similar offsets between indicated altitude and true altitude. The crew of PAT 25 was trained to fly the helicopter routes using the barometric altimeter, including Route 4, where the altitude ceiling went down to as low as 200 feet. The crew of PAT 25 likely saw an indicated altitude that was 100 feet lower than the helicopter's true altitude and believed they were at or below the prescribed altitude ceiling for Route 4 when they were actually about 100 feet above the altitude ceiling. The U.S. Army UH-60 Lima Operator's Manual did not contain information on possible indicated altitude errors, such as how the installation of the external wing tanks can increase position error. This information would be crucial for flight crews when flying on helicopter routes with low altitude ceilings, such as the 200-foot altitude ceiling of Route 4. Staff have proposed one recommendation to the U.S. Army in this area. Night vision goggles, or NVGs, amplify low ambient light levels to provide enhanced vision at night. As with all technology, NVGs have advantages and disadvantages. Helicopter operators generally consider the advantages to outweigh the disadvantages. The advantages include improved nighttime visual acuity of low illuminated objects where normal night adjusted vision acuity is greatly reduced, along with the ability to identify objects, obstacles, and other aircraft at a distance. To illustrate the difference between aided and unaided night vision, we can take a look at these three images. The images were taken about the same time from the same location looking south from Haines Point. The image on the left is normal unaided night vision. Images in the center and on the right are looking in the same direction using green and white night vision goggles. In the NVG-aided images, stars can be seen along with aircraft approaching DCA as far as 14 miles, which are distinct points of light against the sky background. The water features...
Here's President Trump speaking just moments ago to reporters as he gets ready to leave for Iowa.
Syria and all of the things having to do with Syria and that area working out very, very well. So we're very happy about it. Tom Homan, as you know, is in Minnesota now. He's meeting with the governor, and he's meeting with the mayor, I think, later. And I hear that's all going very well also. I'm going to Iowa. Some of you are coming with me, but I'm going to Iowa. And what can I say? The economy is good. It's all good. Prices are coming way down. And we have a lot of very positive news. Well, you know, we're doing a big investigation. I want to see the investigation. I'm going to be watching over it. I want a very honorable and honest investigation. I have to see it myself.
Is Kristi Noem going to step down?
No.
The president of Syria, the president of Venezuela said that he has not taken orders from you. What do you have to say about that?
Well, I don't know exactly what's going on there, but I haven't heard that at all. No, we have a very good relationship.
What about
I'd like to see interest rates go down. Everything else is going down. We have the energy and fuel going down. We have gasoline in many states now at $1.99. Groceries are going down. We inherited a mess with very, very high prices, very, very high prices. And I will tell you, we've made a lot of progress. So we have the groceries going down. We have the energy going down. We have gasoline going down at a record clip. And that's what I want to do. We're doing well. Well, I'm looking at that whole situation. I love everybody. I love all of our people. I love his family. And it's a very sad situation. Yeah, please. I am, yeah. I think she's doing a very good job. The border is totally secure. You know, you forget. We had a border that I inherited where millions of people were coming through. Now we have a border where no one is coming through. They come into our country only legally. So you have to remember those things. You know, people forget as soon as you accomplish something, it goes into history and nobody ever wants to talk about it. We had a border that caused all of this problem. Biden caused, and the Democrats caused this problem. They allowed tens of millions of people to come in. Many of them were murderers. Many were drug dealers, drug addicts, people from mental institutions. They allowed these people to violate our country, to come into our country. And that's what we're talking about. So if you remember, we had a horrible border, the worst border we've ever had, ever in history. People were flowing through by, we think, 25 million people, not to mention drugs and everything else. And that border is absolutely closed. Prices are coming down. The border is really strong. You know, if you remember, I probably got elected more than anything else on the border. We had a border that was open with 25 million people coming through with an open border policy, which was insane. And that's the policy that caused the problems that we have. With all of that being said, with the Other than, I would say, just to put it accurately, Minnesota, and in particular Minneapolis, because it's not all of Minnesota, every city that we've gone to has been, like, literally crime has gone down 50, 60, 70, 80. In Washington, it's gone down to practically no crime. You know, Washington is a great example, but you take a look at other cities, Memphis, Tennessee, the crime is down 78%. And you know where else it's down? It's down in Minnesota. It's down in Minneapolis, and it's down very much because of the fact that we're there. So we can't lose sight of the fact that we have to take murderers and drug lords and people from mental institutions that were dumped into our country through open borders of the Democrats, of Biden. And we're doing a great job. The other thing is Tom Homan is there right now. He's with the governor and he's with the mayor. And I hear things are going very nice.
How close are we to the deal of the talks in Abu Dhabi that Merry Christmas, these weeks of hell? If your meeting with President Budapest back in play.
We're looking at some very good things happening on Ukraine and Russia. Very good things are happening on Ukraine and Russia.
Where do we stand on Gaza, Mr. President?
Economy is going very well. As you know, we've got the last hostage down the body of the hostage. And a lot of people thought that was impossible to do that. All of the hostages got both living and dead. And I can tell you, you have parents that really appreciate it.
What about the export doctor?
You know, we can't have guns. We can't walk in with guns. We can't walk in with guns. We can't do that. So it's just a very unfortunate
President Trump taking several questions there as he spoke with reporters just moments ago before boarding Marine One. He is now on board Air Force One, getting ready to leave Joint Base Andrews in Washington, D.C., and head toward Iowa for his rally this afternoon to kick off a campaign for Republicans ahead of the midterm elections. We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this. Welcome back in. Still watching Air Force One as it taxis down the tarmac there. President Trump on board, getting ready to head to Iowa. Let me give you a live look right now. Ponte Vedra Beach, where the Florida Sheriff's Association holding their winter conference. Heard earlier from Governor Ron DeSantis speaking in front of that group. We expect to hear any minute now from State CFO Blaise Ngolia, so we will get you to his remarks when those begin. Right now, though, I want to go ahead and get you back to Washington, D.C., this ongoing NTSB hearing as they detail the causes of the midair collision in Washington, D.C. That happened last year and killed 67 people. The collision between the passenger plane, the commercial airline, and the Army helicopter. Let's go ahead and listen in.
42. Moreover, neither the helicopter pilot nor the instructor executed an avoidance maneuver or vocalized any concern prior to impact, indicating they were unaware of Flight 5342 approaching from the left. I will now discuss factors affecting the airplane crew's ability to see and avoid. The local controller never provided a traffic advisory about PAT 25 to the crew of 5342. The use of separate frequencies by airplanes and helicopters prevented the airplane flight crew from hearing the helicopter's radio transmissions. This likely reduced the crew's awareness of the helicopter's location and intentions and their ability to anticipate a potential conflict. FAA guidance on pilot response to TCAS traffic advisories, which had been adopted by PSA, stated that pilots should respond to a traffic advisory by attempting to establish visual contact with the intruder aircraft. Pilots were explicitly prohibited from maneuvering based solely on a traffic advisory. FAA guidance on response to TCAS resolution advisories, which had also been adopted by PSA, stated that the pilot flying should respond immediately to resolution advisory displays and maneuver as indicated, even if doing so conflicted with their air traffic control instructions, unless such action would compromise the safety of flight operations. When an aircraft is below resolution advisory inhibit altitudes, TCAS automatically switches to TA-only mode. PSA's Flight Operations Manual listed TCAS inhibit altitudes. However, when 5 PSA pilots were asked about the inhibit altitudes during investigative interviews, only one was able to correctly state the inhibit altitude that applied to the accident scenario. Flight crew workload was high at the time the traffic advisory occurred, resulting in limited capacity to look for and acquire the conflicting traffic, and the pilots did not see the helicopter until it was too late to avoid. The pilots likely would have performed an avoidance maneuver if a resolution advisory had occurred. However, no resolution advisory occurred, and the crew was likely unaware of the severity of the developing conflict until just before impact. The captain was manually flying the airplane and turning left onto final approach for runway 33 and decelerating when the traffic advisory occurred. This required careful control of the airplane's lateral path, thrust, airspeed, and vertical path. Doing so required the captain to reference the flight instruments, as well as the runway 33 edge lights, and a precision approach path indicator, or PAPI, on the ground. The captain likely did not have the spare capacity to perform an extensive visual search for conflicting traffic at that time. As pilot monitoring, the first officer was also responsible for ensuring the approach remained stable. Doing this required him to reference the flight instruments, the runway 33 edge lights, and PAPI. In addition, the first officer was likely monitoring the airplane departing runway 1 to ensure it would not conflict with their landing on the intersecting runway. Thus, the first officer's capacity to search for potentially conflicting traffic was also constrained. The ability of the airplane flight crew to notice the approaching helicopter in the final seconds while engaged in these primary tasks was further degraded by the helicopter's low conspicuity, complex background of cultural lights, and by the helicopter's lack of apparent motion in the visual scene. This concludes my presentation. Staff is now ready to answer your questions.
Thank you very much. We will now move to board member questions. We'll start with Member Graham.
Thank you, Chair. I want to pick up with visual separation as it applies to the helicopter operator. It was clear from the interviews we did and the investigative hearing and other information uncovered during the course of this investigation that all helicopter operators in the DCA Class B airspace had come to expect that they would request visual separation from DCA tower almost immediately. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
That's correct. And that, I want to iterate this point. It wasn't just Army. It was all the civilian operators also, according to Mr. Dresser's witness statements in the hearing.
That is correct.
Okay. Was it also true that in an interview with the Army Standardization Instructor pilot post-accident, he stated that he and other pilots he knew would request visual separation from traffic that they had not yet visually acquired?
Yes.
Are pilots allowed to request visual separation from traffic they have not positively identified and acquired according to FAA regulations?
No.
No. I'm kind of amazed by that comment in the interview. You being a longtime pilot, as myself, and I think Captain Stone in the back, longtime pilot, when you're given a traffic call, what are you to do? And what is your response to air traffic control?
Yeah, once you receive a traffic call, then you search for the traffic and you identify it. If you can't identify it, you tell traffic that you have negative contact or that you do have visual contact.
Okay. Would you agree with that, Captain Stone?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Yeah. And if you're still looking for it, you maybe make some comment like that I'm looking for the traffic. But once you identify it and then you ask for visual separation, are you required at that point to keep your eye on that traffic?
Absolutely.
And if you lose the traffic at any point, what should you do?
You'll have to notify ATC that you have lost the traffic. Yeah, traffic is no longer in sight.
Would you agree with that, Captain Stone?
Yes, that is correct.
Did that happen in this case?
No, it did not.
Did not, no. I like that you pointed out the fact that it would be pretty much impossible to pick out which one the traffic was in your visual study out there. Now, 15 seconds prior to the collision, the helicopter IP, they were about a mile away from 5342. A requested visual separation, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Do you believe, or the rest of the team believe, that they had sight of the correct aircraft at that point?
We don't believe he had sight of the correct aircraft.
Yeah, I would agree. And unfortunate for them. Do you think if they, and this is an opinion question, if they had sight of that aircraft where it was, they would have made some kind of positive control movement to deconflict with the aircraft?
Absolutely.
Had an appropriate safety alert from the air traffic controller, would that have helped in this situation?
I believe it would have, because it would have directed their direction they needed to look for the traffic. So they would have looked in the 1 to 2 o'clock position for the traffic, and they would have possibly identified it.
I agree. Do you feel, and I'm going to ask this of Dr. Bramble, do you feel the lack of the circling call that they did not hear the helicopter crew? Do you think that played into them not being able to visually acquire the aircraft?
I do think it had an impact, yes.
Now, they did, as far as we can tell, did hopefully hear 3-3, but how do you think that played into this at all?
So they were high workload at the time, calling out cranes in the middle of a turn. The instructor was giving the pilot feedback on use of paddle, and they heard this partial transmission that said the CRJ was going to 3-3, realizing that was going to conflict with their flight path further on Route 4, required them to do a fair bit of thinking about the transmission, and it appears that they didn't process that information very deeply, just thought that target is a long ways away, we'll worry about it later. If they had heard the word circling, that would have been a salient cue that something unusual was going on here that they might need to keep an eye out for.
We'll talk more about this.
At the DC NTSB hearing, talking about the midair collision, continuing right now, hearing some concerning things as they outline the causes, what caused that deadly crash, that collision that killed 67 people, 64 of them on board the passenger airline, the commercial airline, and then 3 on board that Army helicopter. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We're still waiting to hear from CFO Blaise Ngolia speaking at the Florida Sheriff's Association Winter Conference in Ponte Vedra. We are also expecting to hear from Byron Donalds, congressman from Naples and a candidate for governor, expected to speak with reporters in that area as well. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to give you a live look in Ponte Vedra Beach. That is Seminole County Sheriff Dennis Lima speaking right now at the Florida Sheriff's Association. They're having their winter conference right now. As I mentioned earlier, we did hear from Governor Ron DeSantis speaking to that group earlier today. We're expecting State CFO Blaise Ngolia speak any minute now at this news conference, and we are also hoping to hear from Byron Donalds here shortly. It sounds like that news conference has already happened, but we will be getting that to play back for you here shortly. So Byron Donalds speaking to reporters briefly outside the Sheriff's Association conference earlier today, just moments ago. So we will bring that to you once we get those remarks. So again, standing by for CFO Blaise Ngolia, expected to speak any minute now, and those remarks we will have for you live. Again, this conference, an annual event that is going on right now in Ponte Vedra Beach. Right now, though, I want to get you back to this DC midair collision hearing happening in Washington, D.C., the National Transportation Safety Board, talking about systemic failures, a lot of things that went wrong that led to that deadly crash last year. We're just, 2 days away from the 1-year anniversary of that crash that killed 67 people. So let's go ahead and listen in live as they continue to discuss what went wrong and how to correct it moving forward.
Thoughts on how we can avoid this in the future, what we can do? Is that going to happen?
Yes, if it's coming from an ACAS system and it's a resolution advisory, then the pilot is authorized to deviate from the ATC clearance by the FAR that you had up on the screen earlier.
So I guess my question is, if we ask them to lower the RA threshold from the 900 feet now, does that mean that all air traffic controllers will have to be retrained, as will pilots?
There will be training, yes.
I'm just curious if that injects additional risk.
There's always some risk associated with that, but I think the staff has thought this through and think there's much more benefit to it than risk.
I'm not disagreeing with your recommendation. So don't only think that. I'm just trying to make sure we get all the facts out there.
Thank you. Good thing we have an FAA that will, when doing rulemaking, determine any risk and address that risk, including training needs. When you are flying an MSL route, Mr. McKinney, would you be using your barometric altimeter?
Yes,
That's what you'd be referring to.
that's correct.
And could the left seat pilot have easily observed altitude indications on the opposite side of the cockpit?
It will be a little difficult, but they can see it.
Looks a little difficult from...
Across cockpit, yes.
Yes, we actually did an observation in the simulator. It was very difficult to see the instruments on the opposite side because they're inset and you'd be looking from the side.
Correct. So 17 seconds before collision, the aircraft were about 0.84 nautical miles apart. The helicopter's recorded radio altitude was 281 feet. They would have thought, given our assessment that the barometric altimeters, they thought they were 100 feet lower. They would have thought they were below 200 feet, correct?
Correct.
6 seconds before collision, it was 266 feet. Again, they would have thought they were under 200 feet.
That is correct.
4 seconds before collision, 278 feet. Again, they would have thought they were under 200 feet. They would have not known.
That's correct.
Okay. So we have established that they thought that they were below 200 feet. We conducted 3 demonstration flights. All 3 showed barometric altimeter readings that were 80 to 130 feet lower than true altitude. We also looked at the ESSS, which would add an additional 30 feet. Were the instrument, and so we've got instrument errors, we've got position errors, and then from rotor downwash, right? And then we've got some adjustments for temperature on the day. Were the instrument and position errors known by the Army? Army, not the pilots.
Yes.
How about the pilots?
No.
Should they have been?
Yes.
Would it have made a difference if they actually knew they were below 200 feet?
I believe it would. They would incorporate that into their training, and then they would fly a more appropriate MSL altitude on those routes.
Yeah. So you have this tolerance stack of a bunch of instrument position errors. You've got temperature correction, which all add up to this 100 feet. Then you've got the addition of 30 for the ESSS. What is the Army doing to address this?
They're adding that information into their flight manual for the pilots.
Are they going to not just have it in writing on a manual, but actually train their pilots accordingly on what to do there?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, okay, so 100 feet difference may not make a difference in Afghanistan, but it certainly makes a difference when you're on helicopter Route 4 crossing civilian aircraft on approach to landing to runway 33 where there's only 75 feet of vertical separation. There's zero buffer, nothing. Yeah. Dr. Bramble, can you talk a little bit about your expertise? You're a national resource specialist for the NTSB. Talk about your expertise in human performance and some of your background.
Sure. I have a PhD in human factors from an interdisciplinary program in psychology and industrial engineering, and I worked for a flight safety, a flight training and simulation company for a few years. I've been at the NTSB for 27 years, investigating major accidents for the last 24 years, and I chaired the Human Factors Working Group for the International Society of Air Safety Investigators, and I currently chair the Government Specialist Subcommittee with other human factors investigators from 10 other countries.
Do you believe the limitations of see and avoid, which we've referenced back to 1968 in numerous investigations, 96 alone within the past 2 decades, could be overcome simply by telling a pilot to do better, pilot diligence in scanning for traffic?
No, we need to do a better job supporting pilots in that task.
And I'll come back to that. Member Graham.
Thank you, Chair. I want to go back to trying to figure out why Pat 25 crew didn't positively identify Flight 5342. Dr. Bramble, can you explain what expectation bias is?
Sure. It's sort of related to confirmation bias in that when you have a strong expectation about things going a certain way, you tend to notice confirming information and overlook disconfirming information.
And is expectation bias a well-known vulnerability in human performance?
Yes, it is.
Yes, we see it a lot, don't we?
Yes.
Captain McKinney, did Army 12th Aviation Battalion flight crews receive any specialized training on the route structure, including approach and departure paths at DCA?
They did not receive specialized training. The training they received was general aerial familiarity. And of course, their basic airmanship, they'd recognize, runway alignments and traffic in that way, but there's nothing specific about DCA.
Okay, so would it be fair to say that their expectations for where traffic would be arriving and departing from at DCA would be driven by their experience?
Yes.
Okay, rather than formalized training, correct?
Correct.
Okay. As we pointed out in that table I had up earlier, table 18, we see that about 90% of that traffic, even at night, going on a north flow, landing runway 1, majority of that traffic was landing on runway 1. So with their prior experience, I would say the majority of the time, if not almost all of it, they would have been seeing traffic landing on runway 1 and not on 33. Would that be correct?
Yes, that's correct, and that's what we heard in their statements also when we interviewed them.
So, Dr. Bramble, would that lead to some expectation bias maybe?
Certainly, that's a perfect setup for it.
Yeah, I mean, I might have a little theory here and be speculation, but I don't think that hearing anything on 33 or the circling before 33 would have made a difference in this case, unfortunately. Knowing what expectation bias is, and if you don't have that traffic initially, but you're looking at a line of lights, that may have led them to continue to look towards runway 1 immediately. Just, it's a theory, but we don't know, and we'll never know. Let me move on to Mr. Wagner. I want to talk a little bit about ACAS XR. How has ACAS been adapted for the rotor wing aircraft?
ACAS XR is different from previous iterations of ACAS in that instead of just offering vertical maneuvers to aircrew, it offers also horizontal maneuvers. And additionally, the committee that's writing the minimum operational performance standards is looking at having significantly lower inhibit altitudes for XR when compared to XA or XO, for instance.
And you said it's commercially, it's not.
Let me give you a live look right now in Tallahassee. This is the steps of the Florida Historic Capitol. And you see the placard there saying Workforce Day at the Capitol. It is the second annual Workforce Day at the Capitol in Tallahassee. Number of leaders with Career Source Florida marking another year, third straight year, where Florida's been recognized as the #1 state for workforce education, talent development as well. So we're expecting to hear from a number of officials, including, as you see, Anastasios Kamoutsas, the Florida Education Commissioner. You see Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins as well at this news conference. So let's go ahead and listen in as these leaders speak about workforce development on the steps of the historic Capitol in Tallahassee, live this afternoon right here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Executive Office of the Governor Reach Office, Florida Department of Children and Families. Not behind me here, but we really appreciate the partnership with our state university system of Florida. I'd also like to thank the legislators that we've been meeting with today and will continue to meet with, and we really appreciate their commitment to continuing collaboration to improve Florida's communities. We are honored to have with us today Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins. Partnership played an important role in advancing initiatives that support Florida's workforce and communities, and we are grateful for his continued support. With that, please help me welcome Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins.
Well, thank you, Adrian. I appreciate that. It's great to be out here today, and I do appreciate each of you braving the weather. This is a rough day for Florida here. You know, gonna go get some cocoa after this, I think. But good afternoon. It's great to be here for Workforce Day. It's an opportunity to highlight the people, partnerships, and policies that keep Florida's economy not only strong, but growing. Workforce Day is about one simple truth. When Floridians have access to the right skills and training, our entire state will succeed. Under Governor Ron DeSantis, Florida has made workforce education a critical top priority because economic opportunity should be within reach for everybody, not just where it's easy. We do the hard things in Florida, to include this. Florida continues to set the national standard for economic success. We are proud to be ranked the #1 economy in the nation by CNBC for 3 consecutive years and #1 by U.S. News and World Report for 2 years in a row. Florida has also earned a reputation for attracting and developing talent, and that probably won't surprise any of you, but it's great news to share with the world. We ranked #1 in workforce attraction and development for 3 consecutive years, and #1 in higher education for 10. Those are critical numbers. These rankings don't happen by accident. They're a result of intentional policy decisions focused on freedom, opportunity, but above all else, it's results. We don't just talk about things here, we get them done. When Governor DeSantis took office, he set a bold goal to make Florida the national leader in workforce education by 2030. Since 2019, Florida has invested more than $12 billion, that's with a big B, toward that goal, ensuring our workforce programs align with real-world opportunities. Governor DeSantis' Florida First budget recommendations include $800 million dedicated specifically to workforce education initiatives. Florida is now the national leader in coordinating workforce education and training programs across state agencies. The 2021 REACH Act broke down silos. It created a seamless, results-driven approach to workforce development. It connected education, training, and employment truly like never before. This coordination ensures that Floridians aren't navigating the system by themselves, but instead, they're supported every step along the way of their career journey. None of this work would be possible without our dedicated team around us, those professionals in our workforce education and workforce system. I want to recognize the teams at Florida Commerce, the Department of Education, the Department of Children and Families, Career Source Florida, the REACH Office, and our local workforce development boards for their continued commitment to expanding workforce education across this state. Our universities, state colleges, and technical colleges also play a critical role in preparing students for the jobs. Florida's economy demands today, but also for tomorrow. Florida's private sector growth reflects our success in meeting the needs of our employers across high-growth, high-demand industries. Businesses continue to choose Florida because they know they're going to find skilled, talent ready to contribute on day one. That growth translating to real opportunity for Florida families. Those are higher wages, stronger careers, and upward mobility. That is that American dream that we all strive to achieve. Florida has seen tremendous growth in registered apprenticeship and pre-apprenticeship programs through Apprentice Florida. But you know what? There's still more to do. We don't just aim for good or good enough. We aim for excellence in this state, and we're going to keep pressing on. These programs give Floridians a chance to earn while they learn, building skills, credentials, and careers without taking on unnecessary debt. Apprenticeships are a proven pathway to success, and Florida is leading and expanding them. You know, I can speak a little bit for myself as someone who came from really difficult circumstances and poverty. Tools like that didn't exist where I came from. Those opportunities make a difference in people's lives. They truly give people who grew up like me on commodity cheese an opportunity to do something different, something great, and to live that American dream. And I am so proud of our state for leading on these things. Florida's labor exchange market, Employ Florida, connects job seekers to employment, training, and education. It also connects employers to the skilled workforce they need. Through CareerSource Florida's local career centers, individuals receive personalized career counseling, skill assessments, resume assistance, and job placement support. This is workforce development that works, practical, responsive, and focused, not just on talking about it, but on outcomes. So Workforce Day is a reminder that Florida's greatest asset is and will always be our people. It's not about politics. It is and is only going to be about our people. Thanks to Governor DeSantis' leadership, Florida has built a workforce system that delivers real results for workers, employees, and communities across the state. Together, we're going to continue to expand opportunity, strengthen our economy, and ensure Florida remains the best place in the nation to live, work, and build a future. Again, thank you for braving the cold. Thank you for being here. But thank you for helping us achieve a dream that continues to grow. God bless each of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lieutenant Governor. Your leadership and dedication to serving Floridians is instrumental to the work that we're doing. For the third consecutive year, Florida ranks #1 in the nation for attracting and developing a skilled workforce. This is the result of collaboration, innovative workforce training programs, and public-private partnerships. We're building on the momentum of last year's inaugural Workforce Day at the Capitol. At this year's event, we're exploring new partnerships and advancing strategies that make Florida's workforce system one of the most responsive in the nation. Together with our workforce partners, including state agencies, economic development organizations, business leaders, education, and community organizations, we are committed to adapting to Florida's changing economic needs and building pathways for Floridians. A skilled, resilient workforce is critical to laying the foundation for continued economic success. I'd like to certainly acknowledge the local Workforce Development Board leaders who traveled to Tallahassee from across the state to join us for Workforce Day at the Capitol. Our network includes 21 local workforce development boards that manage more than 100 career centers across the state. These local boards serve as conveners and partners in their communities, and through their collective network, we impact every level of Florida's economy and serve as partners in workforce development at the state and local level. Local workforce development boards are actively increasing collaboration with economic development partners in their area. This helps us ensure services and engagement are aligned with local industry needs.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. Someone has
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back in to Fox 35 News Plus. We've got your live stream back, listening to Education Commissioner Anastasios Kamutsa speaking live right now this Workforce Day, talking about workforce development and education. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Record-breaking growth across Florida's apprenticeship system. This report confirms that Florida's workforce education strategy is working. Florida now has more than 25,000 active apprentices and pre-apprentices, making an 11% increase over last year. And we've also seen a 4% increase in newly registered apprenticeship programs, bringing the total of 344 active statewide programs. In the past year alone, we have over 2,200 apprentices complete their programs, earning an average exit of nearly $28 per hour, which is about $58,000 annually. Let me remind you folks, I went to law school, I became a prosecutor, and I made $40,000 to live in Miami. So the kids are clearly doing it better than I did when I was graduating at that time. And since taking office, Governor DeSantis has invested more than $12 billion in workforce education. The investment has transformed how Floridians access training that leads directly to high-wage, in-demand careers and has led to tremendous growth for Florida's apprenticeship system, including 70% increase in registered apprentices, a 49% increase in registered apprentice programs, a 112% increase in registered pre-apprenticeship programs, a 50% increase in total apprenticeship and pre-apprenticeship programs combined, and a 153% increase in apprenticeable occupations. Florida's success is backed by strong strategic investments. Through the Pathways to Career Opportunity Grant, the state has awarded $105 million to fund more than 350 proposals to establish new and expand existing apprenticeship and pre-apprenticeship programs. This funding has served more than 20,000 participants entering careers in high-demand fields. It doesn't stop there. Florida also awarded $1.6 million in the Peacock Grow Your Own Teacher Apprenticeship Program this year to strengthen the teacher pipeline by creating pathways for aspiring teachers. This brings the total investment to $15 million since the inception of the Teacher Apprenticeship Program. These investments are helping students earn while learning and students. Thank you to all the staff at the Department of Education, to all the college presidents, to all the superintendents, to everybody who's working to make sure that we are putting students first here in the state of Florida. I thank also Governor DeSantis for his leadership and to our partners who are up here with me statewide, ensuring that Florida remains a national leader in apprenticeship expansion. Thank you all, and God bless you.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you all for being here today. My name is Taylor Hatch, and I have the absolute honor and privilege of serving as the Secretary for the Florida Department of Children and Families. It's an agency, a team, and a constituency which I am deeply, deeply honored to represent. It is so exciting to be amongst so many state and local partners, so many stakeholders, leaders, community advocates who share one common belief: opportunity changes lives. And I am incredibly grateful to President Johnston from CareerSource for organizing such a great event with so much excitement today, and for elevating the importance of meaningful employment across so many spaces in which we each serve. At the Department of Children and Families, our mission is to protect children, strengthen families, and build resilient communities. We work towards this mission by creating opportunity, fostering environments where families can thrive, and ensuring that every Floridian has a path towards prosperity, economic self-sufficiency, and hope. Workforce opportunity is not adjacent to our mission, it is central to it. In fact, we saw the impact when Florida reinstated work requirements years ago for a specific population receiving SNAP benefits, which were found to lead individuals to jobs in more than 1,000 different industries, touching almost every single corner of Florida's economy. We know that when we intentionally engage families by supporting their achievement of meaningful employment, it has cascading impacts, and it further reduces unnecessary crisis for not only that individual, but their family and the community as a whole. And while government, it certainly has its place, and it plays an important role in this, government going beyond itself to activate those serving at the local level to create that sense of community for every single Floridian, that is where the magic happens. Examples of this can be found under the governor's leadership, lieutenant governor's leadership, alongside the vision of First Lady Casey DeSantis, where Florida has been intentional about prevention and about early intervention, which for us at the department, it takes many forms, including working in partnership to ensure public assistance serves as a bridge, not a destination. As a result, we are seeing measurable reductions in the reliance on government assistance statewide. Floridians have more opportunities to economically advance than ever before, which is also being maximized by deepening connections when an individual comes to the department in need of public assistance, of food benefits or cash assistance, for example. Certainly meeting that immediate needs by determining benefit eligibility, but not stopping there. Also connecting that Floridian in need with Floridians that want to help. Creating goals, identifying barriers, then making connections to over 9,000 community supports, like our churches, our not-for-profits, and our private sector businesses in that person's backyard, which has resulted in over 33,000 individuals served through Hope Florida experiencing a reduced reliance on public assistance, generating over $130 million in annual savings. Hope Navigators and strong community partners are connecting families across the state, not just to services, but to possibility and to purpose and a future that they can sustain. These indicators, they reinforce the importance of work opportunities and the investments that we are making together. We know they are continuing to move us in the right direction, making the very most of the moments that we have to serve families proactively as well as holistically. Also spearheaded by First Lady Casey DeSantis, the Continue the Mission initiative prioritizes the recruitment of veterans and former law enforcement professionals into frontline child and protective protection roles, so our CPIs, our APIs, for example. And since inception, and as a credit to several of the organizations that are standing alongside me today, including Florida Commerce, Career Source Florida, as well as Veterans Florida, the department has hired more than 500 CPIs and API positions throughout this initiative throughout the state. Again, this cannot be accomplished without partnership and without leadership who ensure qualified candidates enter the department's pipeline. Across Florida, Career Source continues connecting job seekers, including youth or veterans, individuals aging out of the foster care system, and those facing employment barriers with training, with credentials, and employers ready to invest in Florida's workforce. More Floridians are finding jobs, as you've already heard. More families are stabilizing. And more individuals are reducing or eliminating, again, their reliance on public assistance altogether, strengthening both their household and Florida's economy. Employers are opening doors, workforce boards are innovating locally, and communities are stepping forward to meet people where they are, as well as to walk beside them towards stability. At the end of the day, it's about ensuring Floridians who want to work can find meaningful employment, ensuring families have stability, and building workforce that supports Florida's continued growth and competitiveness. Thank you so much to Career Source Florida, Florida Commerce, everyone that is here today for spearheading this event. Thank you to our local workforce boards. I see you out there today, braving the cold, our employers and community partners for standing shoulder to shoulder with us each and every day. Together, we are providing opportunities and partnership to serve families well, to strengthen families, and continue to lead. Thank you.
Well, what an incredible day. My gosh, it is beautiful.
Number of speakers at this news conference and the steps of the historic Capitol in Tallahassee talking about Workforce Day, workforce development and education. We've heard from the Education Commissioner, the Lieutenant Governor. We heard there from the DCF Secretary Taylor Hatch. It's continuing in Tallahassee. We're going to step aside and take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let's go ahead and listen back into this news conference live, talking about workforce development and the importance of it here in the state of Florida. The second annual Workforce Day at the Florida State Capitol. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
How it all works. As I've heard people speak today, I just want to acknowledge I've been in this process for a while. I've seen a lot of change happen in Florida. Everybody here today puts the long term ahead of the short term. Workforce isn't a one-day thing, it's an all-year-long thing in Florida now. You know, we have over 10 million people in Florida who work. That's more than the population of 40 states. I just returned from our National Conference of State Chambers, where every state's asking, how are you doing it in Florida? How do you have the best workforce? How do you have the best economy? How do you have the #1 rated colleges and universities? How do you get the business community to focus on early learning and lifelong learning? Folks, we've come a long way since the day that I testified in that Senate, and I had senators asking me, why does the business community care about education and workforce? I was explaining today's learners are tomorrow's earners. Here we are in 2026, and it's obvious. All of us are here today to talk about a better workforce. And before I turn it over to David, who's the next chair of our Florida Economic Development Council, let me just remind everybody, if Florida was a country, we would be the 15th largest economy in the world. We passed Spain. We passed Saudi Arabia. Next up is Australia. We want to be number 10 by 2030. And that means we need to add another 1.3 million jobs between now and 2030. So the best workforce in America is a good place to start. And now we're matching our economic development with our talent development. And that's Florida's special sauce, right? We're #1 in almost everything. And we're going to be number 10 in the world by 2030 if we all work together to have the best workforce, not just in America, but in the world. So David, talk to us about economic development and why it matters.
Thank you, Mark. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is David Coddington. I am part of the leadership in the Florida Economic Development Council, as Mark said, the incoming chair. I'm proud to stand with our partners at CareerSource Florida, representing a coalition of Florida economic growth organizations and workforce development boards from across our great state, dedicated to leading our nation in business formations, expansions, and new corporate investments. Florida's economic growth continues to set a pace nationally and globally, now ranking, as Mark just said, 15th largest economy in the world, with the GDP topping over $1.7 trillion. That's incredible. Florida is also nationally recognized for its outstanding education system, reflecting the resilience and opportunity that define Florida. From thriving metropolitan areas to fast-growing rural areas, and Jeff Henry, our friend over there, will tell us a little bit about that. With unmatched talent, infrastructure, and innovation, there's never been a better time for companies to invest in Florida and grow with our expanding economy. I just want to take a little note, too. You know, these workforce grants that we work with at CareerSource Florida and our local CareerSource Broward board, they change lives. These are small companies that are maybe family-run businesses. We're getting a training grant for 3 people. They're investing in helping that company grow. Or it's a larger company that's looking, and we're competitive against other states that says, hey, wow, Florida's investing in their workforce. You know what? If they're investing in our workforce, we're going to invest in them. And so these things are critical. Workforce is the lifeblood of companies. Without that, it's not happening. So to see that Florida, from the governor down, is investing in workforce the way we have in the last few years is amazing. Thank you very much. Jeff, I'll hand it over to you, sir.
Thank you, David, and it's not lost on me that I'm probably one of the second to the last things keeping you from getting into some heat. So thank y'all for being here and braving it. My name's Jeff Hendry. I serve as the Executive Director for the North Florida Economic Development Partnership. That's a 15 rural counties area in North Central Florida. But I'm also here and honored to be talking on behalf of the Florida Rural Economic Development Association, which is a consortium of all 31 rural counties in the state of Florida. And real briefly, you know, our 3 RAOs came together to form FREDA so that we could have a unified voice on what the needs are for our rural communities as we try to grow them with great high-wage paying jobs. And let me just share this with you. You know, Site Selection Magazine comes out every year with its survey of critical factors in terms of what's going to draw and recruit business and industry and be an attraction for any particular state. The differentiator right now is absolutely workforce. It's the high-skilled jobs and wages and skills that we need. And let me just share this with you. You've heard it up here, I think, already stated that Florida has differentiated itself. Florida is really on the forefront in terms of its career and resource and skill development, but also in the way that we brand that nationally. I can't tell you how many times in rural that we're looking at bringing in the 5 local regional career source boards that serve my particular region. When you look at rural Florida, you're looking at 64% of the geography in the state of Florida, but nothing near the population. And so our challenges in rural are met primarily by our local and regional career source boards, the programs that David mentioned before with our quick response training and also the incumbent worker training program. This administration, Governor DeSantis, his enlistment of people like Adrian Johnson and Secretary Alex Kelly, and I must say Jason Mahan as the deputy, who we see quite often, is just unmatched in the country in terms of their devotion, in terms of their knowledge base, and in terms of their commitment to rural local governments in the state of Florida. I would close by just telling you, people ask us how we get it done in rural. And I say this in front of my board a lot, and I say it in front of Frida a lot. It's a small group of tired people. And that's how we get work done, and that's how we recruit business and industry. We're the people on the ground. We're the people connecting the business community with the local EDOs, with the education community, with the technical colleges, and with the community at large. So it's such an honor to be here amongst this group of leaders, and just thank you, and thank you, Lieutenant Governor, for all the support that y'all have invested. It's unprecedented in rural over the last 8 years. It's unprecedented in terms of the investment, not only on the career side, career source side, but also in the infrastructure side, which are the 2 things that can make us most competitive in to recruit and attract business to our community. So thank y'all so very much.
Thank you, Jeff.
Going to take another break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good afternoon to you, and welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. A couple of things here that the news conference in Tallahassee just wrapped up a minute ago. where they've been talking about workforce development. I can give you a live look right now inside a courtroom in Volusia County, expecting a hearing for Amanda Franco, one of the dog owners who is charged in the death of an 8-year-old boy in Volusia County, Michael Millette, facing charges in that case. A pretrial hearing, I believe, expected to begin here shortly, so we'll keep an eye on that. Right now, though, I want to get you to Ponte Vedra Beach, where just a few moments ago, we did hear from CFO Blaise Ngolia speaking at the Florida Sheriff's Association. Let's go ahead and listen in. Again, this was just moments ago in Ponte Vedra Beach.
I was having a conversation with Sheriff Del Toro and Sheriff Whitten. I think we need to add some more people to the Bald Caucus. So if there's anyone here willing to apply, we'll have, we're going to be taking applications after this. There are a bunch of people in this room that I have known for a very long time and that I have grown to love in this process. I am in this job only 6 months. I have traveled this great state of Florida, met with a lot of the people in this room one-on-one, listened to those issues. Now, there are a lot of people in this room I have not met, and hopefully I will get the honor to do so. So just let me introduce myself. My name is Blaise Ngolia. I am the CFO of the greatest state in the nation. I speak 4 languages: English, profanity, sarcasm, and real stuff. I'm politically correct. I say Merry Christmas and God bless America. I eat meat. I really love bacon. I stand when I hear the national anthem, and I thank our troops and our first responders, especially our law enforcement, every chance I get. So thank you. And there are some people in this room I would just personally like to thank on this journey, both as being a state legislator, both in the state House and the state Senate, and on my journey as your CFO. And I would be remiss to thank them for all the support and guidance that they have given. Sheriff Nieheis, my sheriff, Hernando County. Sheriff, thank you for everything that you do. You know, you entered public office in Hernando County about the same time that I have. We've had a great working relationship. I appreciate everything you do. Now, not everyone is here. Sheriff Ivey, he ditched us again. What is it with that guy? Killing me. Sheriff Ivey was one of the first people. In fact, I think he was the very first sheriff. Sorry, Sheriff Nieheis, I called Wayne first. Because I had to talk to him anyway, and I told him that I was about to be appointed the CFO of the state of Florida, and I just appreciate him and everything that he has done for me over the years. I first met Sheriff Ivey as we were campaigning for President Trump a long time ago. I think it was like 2015, 2016. Just appreciate him. Sheriff Hardwick, I know that he left. Sheriff Hardwick has just been an amazing man, very gracious to me. I love saying that Sheriff Hardwick is my hype man. Every time when we do a press conference, he gets up there and it's almost like he's campaigning for me, and I appreciate everything that he does. So when we're doing these press conferences and Sheriff Hardwick takes the microphone, I know he's going to say something that we can cut a video and we're going to be able to do something for it later. I just love the way he hypes me up. Now, on the opposite side of that is another friend of mine that every time he takes the microphone, I'm like, oh, God, what is he going to say? Sheriff Gordon, just love you, brother. Everything that you do. I told him I was going to make fun of him. I was going to razz him a little. Appreciate everything that you have done personally for me from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. Sheriff Naco in Pasco County, longtime friend. Appreciate all of your counsel and your friendship over the years. And this guy to my left, Sheriff Lima. We have grown close over the past couple of months, and I just truly appreciate your guidance and your counsel. I'm a person who believes that you learn from every encounter that you do, and if you're not learning, you're not living. And it is just an honor to be living and serving alongside you. Thank you for everything that you have done. A couple other names. I have my deputy CFO in the back, Luke Johnson. He's come on with me, and we have really turned up the notch in in our law enforcement division. You guys have seen that we have partnered with some of you guys in the communities. You're going to continue to get that commitment from me because we believe that we should be side by side helping you in everything that you do. And I would also be remiss to thank, he's not here today, but I know he's here in spirit, Dan Markeith, who I know many of you guys know, who is a friend and who's always looking out for me. So I appreciate and thank you for all of that. Look, we're here in the free state of Florida, and you cannot have a bigger contrast between what we do here in this state and what other people do in other states and other cities. We back the blue in this state every day, all day. And we do it by not just getting on TV or radio and espousing talking points. We do it with words and deeds. We back up the rhetoric. We put our money where our mouth is when it comes to pushing policies that are going to keep you guys fully funded and keep our communities safe. That's why we make sure that in the state of Florida, you will never, ever see us defunding any law enforcement. Now, Sheriff Padgett, I know you have a problem in Taylor County. I have your back also. I know that they're trying to defund you, but we will take care of that. That I promise you. You will have the resources that you need. I was talking to Matt, we're already scheming and designing ways to make sure that you get the funding and also kick your commissioners in the butt a little, all right? So I appreciate that. That's why we have enhanced penalties for people interfering in law enforcement operations. That's why we reject soft on crime policies. There's no sense in you guys doing something in your communities with no accountability. There is no sense in putting the bad guys away only to have some activist judge. Don't get me started on activist judges. Actually get me started on activist judges. I was in the big room and I heard Congressman Donald's talk, and the question was talking about some of these judges and retention votes. I think we all need to not only pay attention as a community to what some of these judges are doing, but I actually think we need to run campaigns against some of these judges and get their asses out of office. Because, and I don't want to hear that we can't. I don't want to hear that we've never done this. I don't want to hear some excuse saying that we're going to waste all this time and energy and we're not going to be fruitful. You know what? Try. At least we'll be sending a message to the judges that say that we're not going to stand up for this crap anymore. There's an expectation and an expectation that you are going to uphold the Constitution and the laws of the state of Florida and the United States. So if you guys are going to risk your lives and put your lives out there in the community every day, and you have some activist judge sit there and just negate all of your work, we should all take that personally. I know that you guys do. Look, for years we were frustrated with school boards, and we all didn't do anything. We all just said that the school boards are going to school board. We just don't get involved until we started to get involved. And then we started to make change. I think radical judges, activist judges that are on the bench that are doing this is the next progression for us as a community. The same way we changed school boards, the same way we changed county commissions, the same way we changed the state of Florida into what it was to what it is now, we can do the same thing with these judges. But these judges go and they act with impunity. They think that they are above the law when they don't even uphold the laws and the constitutions that they are bound to do in the first place. We need to send them a message. Okay, I'm off my high horse. But we do. We reject soft on-crime policies here in the state. Our policies protect citizens and law enforcement at the same time. And that is the difference between us and other states. Because Florida is not California. Miami is not Minneapolis. Seminole is not Seattle. And criminals need to know that if you break our laws, we're going to send your ass to jail. And that's the message that we need to put out in our communities. And along with putting your ass in jail, sometimes you might get really unlucky and you might show up on a Monday morning Grady Judd podcast all over social media. You might be Instagram famous. But where sanctuary cities and other activist cities get it wrong, the state of Florida continues to get it right. This is just another in a long line of things that we do right that other states don't do right. And I am totally thankful for all of the participation we have been getting in this, from this room and across the state with the participation in our 287G program. Illegal immigration has been a scourge on this nation for decades. Both Republicans and Democrats have refused to fix this problem over the past 50 years. Every time we have turned a blind eye, all we are doing is emboldening the drug cartels. Our best guess now is that they are making more money off of human smuggling than they are drug smuggling, and that has to stop. And you do that by strong law enforcement presence. Now, the enormity of the problem over the last 50 years has effectuated about 17 to 21 illegal immigrants in our communities right now. Now, not all of them wish us harm, but there's enough due where we need to be put on guard. And you cannot fix that without the federal government, the state government, and the local governments. You guys, the boots on the ground, sheriffs and your deputies doing the hard work, working hand and glove to make sure that we fix this problem. And I am super thankful for everything that you are doing and continue to do. Florida now has become the gold standard when it comes to illegal immigration enforcement. Someday the federal government is going to get it right, and they're going to fix the legal system. But until then, we need to have a strong presence and make sure that we curb and stem illegal immigrants from coming over and settling in our communities, especially when they mean to do us harm. The United States is supposed to be a beacon of light and hope and opportunity for people to come here. We've lost that. And now it's unfortunate to say, but we are spending more money on illegal immigrants and sometimes our precious veterans in this country. We got it backwards. But I do believe that we're turning the point and we are going to get it right. If you want to come here, great, come legally. But if you're coming here as an illegal immigrant and you're meaning to do us harm, they have you guys to deal with. And I'm thankful for the leadership of President Trump in the White House. I am thankful for the leadership of Ron DeSantis in the governor's mansion. And I am super thankful for everything that you do in our communities when it comes to this. That's because leadership actually matters. Seeing a problem, identifying the problem, and then dedicating days, hours, your life to fix the problem is what we should expect from each and every one of us in this community. You know, in a world that has gone absolutely crazy sometimes, Florida is the calm in the storm. You guys are to be thanked and commended for that. Floridians truly care when it all boils down to only two things, and that is safety and affordability. That's all they care about. And I will say here on behalf of the state of Florida, I will stand here and say, behalf of the Florida cabinet, on behalf of Ron DeSantis, on behalf of me, thank you for delivering on one while we work on number two, the affordability issue. God bless you. God bless the great state of Florida, and God bless the United States of America. I am always here for you guys, just a phone call away. Sheriff, I appreciate everything that you do. Thank you, brother.
Well, State CFO Blaise Ngolia wrapping up his remarks there. That happened just moments ago at the Florida Sheriff's Association annual winter conference going on in Ponte Vedra Beach. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon. The Florida Department of Health has confirmed 3 cases of measles in the state this year. 2 of them are in adults between the ages of 20 and 29 in Hillsborough and Manatee counties. The 3rd case is up in St. Johns County. Fox 13 Tampa Bay spoke with a longtime doctor about the impacts of measles. Dr. James Hillman is a pediatric emergency medicine specialist with HCA Florida Brandon, and he says he treated measles before the vaccine was ever available, and says he's angry that decades later we are now seeing new cases. Here's what he told Fox 13.
The common impression of the public, I believe, is that measles is a benign, not very serious disease. And indeed, in most cases, that's probably true. But there's a number of cases, maybe 6 to 10%, where that is not true, and it is a serious and potentially life-threatening illness. It will initially start with a fever and then a specific rash that is recognizable, with also lesions in the mouth and a conjunctivitis, sort of a pink eye appearance. So it has typical features that can be used to identify the measles illness. Now, the measles that we're dealing with are the so-called regular measles, or not to be confused with, quote, German measles, which has some similar symptoms but is not as severe. But these are rubeola, okay, which is the generic name of the virus that causes the specific disease, measles.
Now, how often in these measles cases do you see hospitalizations?
Well, statistic is somewhere between 1% and 6%, and that's because that's associated with a measles-like pneumonia, which can become critical and indeed life-threatening.
Now, nationwide, we've kind of seen measles cases rise in the past few months, right?
It's because of the lack of immunization, pure and simple. Okay, I mean, immunizations has been the greatest medical breakthrough that has benefited mankind in all of history. And not to take advantage of that, in my opinion, is really foolish and mistaken. So, but the increase in measles is the reduction in the individuals that are children that are immunized against it. So, and parents make that decision, and in my opinion, that's a poor judgment and a mistake.
Okay, and now with seeing these, 3 cases in the state of Florida, 2 of which are in the Tampa Bay area, 1 in Hillsborough, 1 in Manatee County, what can folks do, or what should people kind of do now to, protect their health? Is there anything else outside of, getting the vaccine?
Well, there's nothing really practical to do proactively other than to make sure that the child is immunized appropriately. I mean, that's the first step, and that is going to keep the spread of this. There's a phenomenon with all immunizations called herd immunity, that if you receive, or not receive, but if you achieve a certain level of immunization within a population, that you can suppress the spread of that particular illness, that the vaccine is supposed to manage very handily and not allow it to rip through the community.
Does this area have herd immunity?
I don't know the statistic on that. It probably has to some degree. The fact that there's 3 cases that you reported to me suggests that that herd immunity is breaking down. A year ago, we didn't have any, right? And 5 years or 10 years ago, we didn't have any. So that was sufficient herd immunity, whatever the percentage was. Now it's not.
Certainly something to be aware of and watch out for. As they talk about, we know 3 confirmed cases of the measles, 2 in the Bay Area, 1 up in St. Johns County. Well, we are getting ready to take a break here on Fox Local and YouTube. We'll be back at the top of the hour and welcome in our TV audience for Florida Live. We're going to check in with Fox 35's Marie Ettinger, giving us the latest on something that she's working on today. We will check in with Tampa, see what's going on in their area. Some of the big stories today. We'll get a latest look at the forecast. We're also going to talk taxes now that the IRS is accepting tax returns. And so it is that time of year. But what do you need to know? We'll talk about that. So keep it here.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you and welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. It has been a busy last few hours and we are continuing to track a number of things at this 2 o'clock hour here today. Let me give you a live look right now in Washington, D.C., where it looks like they are setting up for a news conference, a chance to speak with members of the NTSB. There's been a hearing going on for much of the day where they are looking at the causes of the D.C. midair collision. We're just 2 days away from the 1-year anniversary of that collision in midair between a commercial airline and an Army helicopter. It killed 67 people. And the NTSB holding this hearing today, looking at what caused it, looking at what went wrong, and looking at ways to address that in the future, making some recommendations to change things so that something like that does not happen again. They're in a break right now. We do expect that hearing to resume shortly. Also want to give you a live look right now in Iowa, where a lot of folks are anticipating the arrival of President Donald Trump, who is scheduled to hold a rally this afternoon, kind of kicking off the GOP midterm campaign. With a rally there in Iowa scheduled for around 4 o'clock, I believe. So he has taken off from Joint Base Andrews in Air Force One. We brought you that live earlier on Fox 35 News Plus, and we heard from the president speak briefly as well. So a couple of national things that we are tracking as well over the next couple of hours as we continue our live streaming news coverage. But here at 2 o'clock, we are following up on a local story here where the family of a deadly crash victim is frustrated with how prosecutors are handling the case of the person believed to be behind the wheel of a stolen car that investigators say plowed into him. I want to bring in Fox 35's Marie Ettinger, has been looking into this case and speaking with them as well. Joins us live now via Zoom. And Marie, what's the situation here?
So the person who's accused of causing that crash is now being charged with manslaughter. His name is Yaxiel Torres, I believe. Sorry, let me check that before I go ahead and move forward. But he is being charged as an adult, which Yaxiel LeBron Flores, excuse me. That's why we're naming him now, even though he was 15 at the time of the crash. He's 18 now. He was just arrested, though, this past June in 2025 for that crash, even though it happened in April of 2023. So this family was waiting over 2 years for that arrest to be made. And in that time, they were getting kind of progressively more and more frustrated with the pace at which that investigation was continuing and how long it took the state attorney's office to finally file charges. Right now, they're also frustrated because although LeBron Flores is being tried as an adult, he, according to this family, the assistant state attorney is also going to be pursuing that in a way that recognizes him as a juvenile offender, and that lowers the potential penalties, essentially. So they're saying that what he would be looking at for this manslaughter charge would be more like 6 years behind bars. And the family was really hoping for more than that. This is a situation where LeBron Flores is accused of having stolen a car, had a bunch of kids riding with him. He was only 15 at the time, so at the most he would have had only his learner's permit, not a driver's license, and caused a crash while speeding that took the life of a 23-year-old at the time, Christian Romero. So Romero's family is really upset about how this entire thing has been handled, and then, of course, just at the loss of that young man. Now, the person accused of causing the crash, the other thing that is bothering this family is that they feel like he hasn't done much to show remorse. Again, I mentioned he's only now been arrested. In the time that he was out between that crash and between his arrest in June, he did have a few other charges that the family finds concerning. One of those was a careless driving incident where he caused a crash with another woman who I talked with on the phone a little bit ago, and she's shocked to hear about his manslaughter charge that for an incident that preceded her being hit. That did cause damage of about $2,000 according to his ticket. I'll talk with her more about the details in a little bit. So that was one incident. He was also cited for being a spectator at an illegal street race. That was in 2024. So this family feels like if in 2023 you caused a crash that killed someone, and then you go right out the next year and are caught being an observer at another dangerous place that involved street racing, illegal street racing, where we know a lot of people can be injured. And then a year after that, you wind up causing a crash due to careless driving and causing damage to somebody else's property. They feel like that does not show remorse for taking the life of their loved one. Christian Romero's family has been fighting for this case. They have retained their own attorney. They say that attorney is actually the only reason that Flores is now being charged as an adult. They said they really had to put pressure on the state attorney's office for that to happen in the first place. And so they're just frustrated with how all of this has played out so far, and they're concerned about what the ultimate result of this case might be. LeBron Flores has pleaded not guilty, and he has retained a private attorney rather than a public defender. I did reach out to that attorney to try to learn more, and I reached out to the state attorney's office to see to learn more about the pacing of this case, why it took so long to finally charge him, and trying to find out more details about the choice for how to pursue this, charging him as an adult, but with that juvenile offender status.
Yeah, with that juvenile offender status, is that something that is up to the prosecutor's office? Is that something they have kind of discretion over, whether to kind of do it in that way or not? Or is that kind of standard procedure?
It is up to them. So they decide what they want to push for. They could try and fail if they wanted to see about trying to pursue things as an adult. There are other limitations that they'd run into, but it is up to the state attorney's office to see how they want to at least attempt to handle things. And then as for pursuing things with the things in mind that he was a juvenile at the time, they do not have to do that. There's actually a case that I was looking at and that this family brought up as well out of Hialeah, where it had extremely similar circumstances involving a 16-year-old. They tried him as an adult without the juvenile offender status, and he got a 15-year prison sentence for a manslaughter case that, again, had a lot of similar details. So the state attorney's office does not have to do this. At the same time, this was a 15-year-old who at the time had no criminal record, and the state attorney's office in the past has tried to show some leniency or grant a little bit of grace for juvenile offenders. The state attorney has been pretty open about wanting to reform the criminal justice system as it pertains to juvenile offenders. So we are going to, when we get the opportunity, we hope to ask a little bit more about the thought process in pursuing things in that way.
And we should also note that this is the Orange and Osceola County State Attorney's Office, which we have talked about several times, and concerns about how they handle some certain cases as well, just for context there.
Yeah, the family did have a little bit of criticism for the state attorney, Monique Worrell. This case was brought up the crash happened in May of 2023. That was the same year that Monique Worrell was removed from her office by Governor DeSantis. He accused her of not doing her job and not pursuing cases as harshly as he would like to see. And essentially he accused her of allowing criminals to get back out on the streets and commit further crimes. And so a couple of interesting things about her having been removed as it pertains to this case. One, this case did happen in the year that she was removed. She's now been re-elected, won a huge majority of the votes, both the first time and second time when she was brought in by the citizens of Orange and Osceola counties. But the thing about her having been removed that year is that she had instituted this task force for manslaughter cases to try to pay more attention to them and address a backlog of cases that they had at the time. That task force dissolved when the new interim state attorney came in. That was Andrew Bain. And so the family feels that because that task force dissolved, that it slowed down the rate at which their case could have been brought forward. And they think that's part of why it's only coming forward now. So although they do have some criticisms for the state attorney's office in how they're handling this case and the speed, it was actually a task force created under Worrell's term that would have potentially had their case brought forward more quickly. So it's a little bit of a difficult or complicated thing for them right now. Really, they just want justice for their son.
Interesting stuff, and we will continue to watch that as it moves forward. Fox 35's Marie Ettinger, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live this afternoon.
Thanks so much, Garrett.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. Time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. So we're going to bring in Fox 13 Tampa Bay senior content producer Nancy Gay, who joins us live now. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, if you filled up your car recently at a Circle K in Nokomis, your next trip could be to a mechanic. Several drivers are facing hundreds, if not thousands of dollars in repair bills after a major mix-up at the pump. One man we spoke with said the trouble started almost immediately. He had actually just bought a new car, and he says it started sputtering on his drive home from that gas station. By the next morning, smoke and a strange smell were coming from the exhaust. An AutoZone technician told him that he was actually the second person that day to come in with the exact same issue that they are blaming on bad gasoline. Another woman told us that she actually had to have her Kia towed to a dealership after filling up at that pump, and the diagnosis: diesel had contaminated her gas tank. Now, repairs have cost people upwards of $700. Now, in a statement to Fox 13, Circle K admitted to the blunder, saying in part, diesel fuel was delivered inadvertently into a gasoline storage tank. We are committed to making it right. The company says since then they have emptied and cleaned the tanks and fueling has resumed. But for those who are already affected, the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services is now stepping in to investigate. If your car is acting up after filling up at that Circle K gas station, Circle K says they will reimburse you for your repairs once your claim is verified. Now, if you think you have been impacted by this bad gasoline, you are urged to call 1-855-276-1947. That is the number to make a claim with Circle K. You are also urged to contact the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services. And of course, most important, you are urged to save all of your receipts for towing and mechanical work. They will be necessary in order to get your reimbursement. Garrett?
All right. I'm certainly glad that that's being handled, being taken care of, but at the same time, just a headache for folks to have to deal with.
Yeah, it's definitely a headache. For example, the man who had just bought a new car, he said when he was driving away and he heard the car sputtering, he thought that maybe it was just a glitch or some type of a tick because the car is new. And it wasn't until the next morning when he went out to drive his car that he noticed that strange smell and the smoke coming from the exhaust pipe. So there could be several other people out there who filled up at this Circle K gas station in Nokomis who could be suffering from problems and may not even realize that it was from filling up at that gas pump. So again, if you feel that you have been impacted by this bad gasoline, you are urged to call that Circle K phone number there to have them take a look at it. And again, if you've spent any money on mechanical repairs or towing even, they will reimburse you once your claim has been verified.
Our second story in the Tampa Connection, let's talk about this cold weather because it has some strawberry farmers in Plant City concerned.
Yes, this cold weather definitely has those strawberry growers concerned in Plant City. And if you're passing by these strawberry fields, you may actually see a lot of sprinklers on, which may seem unusual because temperatures are expected to plummet into the 30s at night this week. But these sprinklers, Garrett, are actually a strawberry farmer's most powerful weapon. It works like this. Strawberries can handle 32-degree weather, but anything lower than that can kill them. By spraying warm water onto the plants, that water freezes and then actually releases a small amount of heat. It essentially traps the berry in a warm ice blanket. So even if the air hits 20 degrees or in the 20s, the plant stays steady at 32 degrees. This does come at a cost, though. Growers often have to sacrifice berries that were just days away from being picked to ensure that the entire plant survives. The strawberry industry makes the bulk of its revenue in just 4 months, so losing even 1 month of production can ruin a farm's bottom line for the entire year. But there is a silver lining, Garrett, and that is because your taste buds will definitely feel it. Turns out the colder weather actually makes strawberries sweeter. To protect its seeds from frost, the plant produces extra sugar as a natural antifreeze. Farmer tells us that surge in glucose leads to a much deeper, sweeter flavor once the cold snap passes. So while it may be a little bit chilly out there and even icy in these mornings, these berries we get later this month should taste better than ever. Garrett, just as a reminder, strawberry season lasts through April, and we do have the Florida Strawberry Festival coming up here next month towards the end of the month.
Yeah, it'll be here before you know it. But I tell you what, that's really interesting how they do that. Like you said, kind of the ice kind of being like a blanket for those berries. Who would have thought? I mean, I certainly would have not thought that.
Yeah, no, it's definitely unusual because you drive by these fields and you see the water on and it seems counterintuitive. Yeah. It's like, well, the temperature's going to drop, below 32 degrees tonight. Won't the water freeze the plants and ultimately kill the plants? But nope, the water actually provides a protective barrier for these berries. And, as we mentioned, some of the crop will not survive, but that barrier will protect the rest of the crop. And again, it does make those strawberries a lot sweeter for us when they are picked. And again, strawberry season runs through April.
All right, something to look forward to there. And finally, in our Tampa connection, a couple of measles cases in the Bay Area.
Yes, there are several cases of measles detected in the Bay Area, and doctors say this actually could be the start of a surge as vaccination rates trend to dip. Doctors say they are not surprised by these new cases, but they are deeply concerned. Now, we have confirmed cases in both Hillsborough and Manatee counties, and this is part of a growing number across the state of Florida. And as of today, the CDC reports that Florida has at least 6 cases of the virus. Now, here in the Bay Area, officials say one patient in Hillsborough County likely caught the virus right here at home, while the case in Manatee County has been linked to international travel. And up in Jacksonville, Baptist Health confirmed 2 pediatric cases. Doctors say the culprit is actually a drop in vaccinations, and nationwide we are seeing the highest case number that we have in 30 years. Now, symptoms for the measles include high fever, distinctive rash, mouth lesions, as well as pink eye. Bay Area physicians stress that measles is far more contagious than COVID-19 or the flu, and for the unvaccinated, the stakes are high. About 20% of children who catch the virus end up hospitalized, often having severe pneumonia. Experts say for herd immunity to work, we need a vaccination rate of about 94%. And right now we are hovering around 90%. Now, the message from doctors is simple. They are asking everyone to check their records, and they say that the vaccine isn't just for kids. Adults can get a booster too. And if you are vaccinated and you still get the measles, doctors say your symptoms will likely be much milder as long as you have had that vaccine. Garrett?
Right, that's something to watch out for, and we know the recommendation from many doctors is to get that vaccine to help with that. Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa Connection today.
Thank you.
Want to bring in Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer joining me live now with our Florida Live forecast. And TJ, I mean, all the talk is about this cold, because if we think it's cold now,
Just wait.
Just wait, which is not what we want to hear.
I know. I feel like we've had a lot of cold snaps this year, Garrett. We've kind of been setting the stage, and now, I mean, some of the coldest air we've felt in over a decade.
Yeah, historic. I mean, that's
cold.
Crazy to kind of see and put in perspective that, 15, 16 years?
Yeah.
This could be the coldest kind of 2 nights coming up?
2010 was the last time we had.
Wild.
And that was actually the coldest stretch. I think it was 12 days we had that year of temperatures below 65 for highs. So that's a prolonged stretch of quote-unquote cold for us in the Sunshine State. I mean, we can't compare us to, like, Minneapolis or Chicago, but it's still going to be brutal for us, that's for sure.
We're kind of easing into it, but it still was cold out there today. It's going to be cold out there again tomorrow.
Yeah, and another morning with a storm team alert for that chill. Freeze warnings issued for us, so be sure if I don't know if you didn't cover your plants last night, that they may be goners, but at least if you are thinking about it, maybe you brought them in and maybe you forgot a couple, try to just think of that tonight if you do need to run out and cover your plants. Or, bring them in. Maybe you lucked out. But it looks like temperatures actually may be a little colder around Orlando versus what we saw this morning. But certainly that period of coldest temperatures around 4 to 8 in the morning. Some of us down close to 26, closer to the coast, closer to 40, but wind chills still in the middle 20s to middle 30s. So be sure you grab the heavier jacket. If you didn't this morning, you'll certainly need it tomorrow morning. Upper 20s, lower 30s around Orlando, Leesburg, Sanford, 30 to 32, and temperature is just going to stay cold. We have freeze warnings, cold weather advisories all across the board, and it's looking like, Garrett, like you said, we're going to have temperatures that fall well below where they will be tomorrow, Thursday. We warm up slightly, even that's below normal, but we have a storm team alert for Sunday, and there are the records. Our coldest high, 48 on the day, 1936, and the coldest low of 28 that same year and in 1909. Both records likely beat, and then another perspective for us, we've only had 80 days, 80 days, Garrett, where highs have been colder, 48 degrees or colder in the Orlando area since records have been being kept. So that's not many days when you look at over a century of weather data, that's for sure.
It kind of puts it in perspective a little bit.
It does. Mm-hmm.
Gosh, but I mean, we're talking even the cold region all the way to Miami, though. I mean, this is the full state, not just that we're all going to be dealing with this.
No, I saw yesterday that the National Weather Service office that includes Miami put out a statement that said, cold that we haven't felt in a while, and I feel like obviously we get it more than Miami, so really for South Florida, It's going to be a probably even bigger shock than it will be for us.
I'd say you're right about that. We're bracing for it.
Yeah.
Like you said, it does seem like we've had quite a few of these this winter.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully some light at the end of the tunnel here.
Yeah, it's funny. It's looking like as we head through the next couple of weeks, I do think we'll moderate, but we've had these big swings. I mean, I can't believe it was 87 on Sunday.
I know.
A record-breaking warmth to historic cold. We just can't. We can't keep Mother Nature just right
Can't find
at
that
the
middle
even
ground.
75 and sunny.
Right. Well, what can you do? Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer, we appreciate you joining us with our Florida Live forecast.
Thanks, Garrett.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. Let's talk some Florida politics here on this Tuesday. Been a busy day in Tallahassee. A lot going on at the state capitol. And joining us live now from the state capitol, we've got Gary Fineout, political reporter, joining us for our Playbook Tuesday segment. And Gary, always good talking with you. We appreciate you joining us today.
Oh, thanks for having me on. Yeah. It's a bit cold up here, but otherwise, a lot of other ways to keep the heat going.
If it makes you feel any better, it's a little colder down here too. Now let's talk about some of that heat, because we've seen a bit of a back and forth today over the farm bill. What's going on with that situation in Tallahassee?
Well, it's a bill that is a top priority to the Agriculture Commissioner, and it has quite a bit in it, including things dealing with like blocking local governments from passing ordinances related to gas fuel powered blowers. There's a fair amount of stuff in it. It is a top priority of the Agriculture Commissioner, and the bill was supposed to go through, I believe, its final stop in the Senate, but the bill didn't make it out. And the Agriculture Commissioner, and this is a bit unusual for him, he went out online and basically said that the bill did not pass because of Senator Kathleen Passidomo, the chair of the Rules Committee. For those who are not, close watchers of the Senate, she was the Senate president up until last year. She was the Senate president in between Wilton Simpson, when he was Senate president, and the current Senate president, Ben Albritton. And the Rules chair is a pretty powerful position. Anyway, long story short, Simpson basically said that she somehow blocked the bill. Now, the official statement from her folks is that the sponsor of the bill, Senator Truenow, it was the one who decided to postpone the bill, but it was still, he obviously was a little bit chagrined about it and expressed his dissatisfaction. But I want to tell you, that's not happened a lot, where you have, especially the former Senate president, sort of criticizing another former Senate president.
So now what happens with it?
Well, under the rules, the bill could be re-agended and what have you. But I mean, the thing is that I haven't talked to the bill sponsor directly. I think the main question is, did he think that there was a reason that the bill wasn't going to make it through committee? I mean, the way it kind of works up here in Tallahassee is you have like 2,000 to 3,000 bills each year are sponsored and filed. Only about 200 make it to the finish line and make it get sent to the governor. And so when there's a bump and all of a sudden it looks like maybe you don't have the votes for a bill, you do something like this where you temporarily postpone it. It's just, the question is, is there going to be an attempt to do some vote counting, some convincing of people, or or more importantly, do they change the bill in the hopes that they can get the votes to get it out?
Speaking of the Senate and the Senate president, we learned yesterday of some health issues and concerns that Senate President Ben Albritton is dealing with. What do we know?
Well, he basically had some chest pain, went to the hospital on Sunday, and then he while he was there, they discovered a blood clot in his lung, and he spent the night in the ER, and then they did some more testing and observation. And then basically yesterday, they discovered an abnormality, and they decided to take him to Shands. And last night he went to Shands. He's there in Gainesville right now. What the update is, I've heard that he's feeling better today, and but they apparently, I think they're still doing some more tests to sort of make sure everything's okay. The deal is the Senate is planning on moving ahead with everything it has planned this week. The Senate is supposed to be in session on Thursday. There is a chance, if he's not back by then Senator Brodeur, who is from Central Florida, will kind of fill in, have the gavel, and be in control of the chamber. But that's what we know at this time.
All right. Meanwhile, we know a lot is going on with the Senate. These are not just the Senate, but the House, the committees meeting, a lot of work being done right now. But you also wrote an interesting piece recently about basically lawmakers gearing up for what could be another bruising budget battle. Talk to us about that.
Well, yeah, basically there's a few factors at work, but one of them has to do with President Trump's signature bill, the One Big Beautiful Act. Basically, not getting too thick into it, but when the federal government makes changes to the tax code, the state of Florida has to kind of decide whether or not it's going to mirror them. And every year they have to decide to pass what they call it's called a piggyback bill, as in state of Florida piggybacks on the federal government. The issue is that the tax changes made as a result of the One Big Beautiful Act have a price tag associated with them. Florida doesn't have a regular income tax. You know, you and I, we don't pay state income tax, but corporations do. And if you change the way that the income is calculated, then it could change the amount of money that the state can take in. And so basically, there's a $1 to $3 billion potential price tag, depending on whether or not the Florida decides to go ahead and copy what they've done at the federal level. And then you add that on to some other things like rising costs in Medicaid, the safety net healthcare program, and other things like that. You're looking at some constraints. And so the House and Senate budget people have already kind of started telling people, don't expect a lot of projects. We may have to do some cuts. But some of it's still up in the air because we just don't know if the House and Senate leadership are going to make what kind of decision they're going to make about the tax cut issue. So that's where we are. That they're supposed to start rolling out their what they call their budgets for different areas, education, healthcare. That's supposed to happen within the next week or so. But you got to make these top line decisions first on sort of like how much money are you going to spend. Now, I know that over in the House, they have taken the position that they want to try to have a budget that was smaller than last year's budget. And part of the argument as well, even if you're not even dealing with the issue of the taxes, the thing is that if you look sort of in the out years, 2 to 3 years out, you're still talking about some potential, a potential budget deficit. I mean, they're not there yet, but so I think that's going to be leading the conversation.
What's next, Gary? Any other big things going on in Tallahassee that we need to keep our eyes peeled for?
Well, we're still waiting for a plan from the governor on property taxes. We have not seen that yet. The Senate still has not really done any heavy lifting on that matter. And over in the House, they've moved a couple of bills. We have a couple of bills dealing with property taxes that theoretically could pass the House very soon because they're ready for the floor. We just don't have a good idea on when that will be. And we don't have a good idea what the Senate's going to do. And as far as we know, redistricting, which is also a big topic, I mean, initially the House was like, no, we got to do it now. And the Senate and the governor were like, no, let's do it in April. We're kind of in a holding pattern on that. So there's a lot of holding patterns. The House and Senate have passed a handful of bills that were top priorities, but there's no signs that the other chamber is going to take those bills up. So I dare say we're kind of in this weird kind of like what's actually going to happen up here. And I can't tell you exactly what, and in fact, House Speaker Perez, even on day one of the session, said, reporters are coming up to me and asking me what's going to happen. And he said this on the floor of the House. I don't know. That's where I'm at. I don't know.
A lot still in limbo, but we know there's a lot you do know, and we appreciate you sharing that with us today. Politico reporter Gary Fineout. Thanks for joining us here on Florida Live. Always good talking with you.
Thanks for having me.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. Tax season is officially underway, and if you're anything like me, just kind of hearing that and thinking about that just like raises your blood pressure a little bit. But yes, the IRS is now officially accepting tax returns for tax year 2025. There are quite a few changes as well that could impact your filings at the federal level for this year because of the big, beautiful bill. In fact, we were just talking about the politics of that just a few minutes ago with Gary. But now let's look at the tax implications of that and what you need to know as you start to sit down and work on those taxes, gather everything that you need. So I want to bring in David Hazen. He's a University of Florida law professor, and he's the editor-in-chief of the Florida Tax Review, joining us live now via Zoom. David, we appreciate you joining us on Florida Live this afternoon. I do need to give me 1 second here because I have another source of audio coming from my computer as well, and if I don't get rid of that now, then it is going to be a problem when we go to this interview here in just a second. So let's go now to David Hazen, who is joining me live now via Zoom to talk about all of these changes, what it means for tax filers here in the state of Florida. David, we appreciate you joining us.
Thanks for having me. Happy to be here.
All right, so this is the time of year that I know a lot of people just kind of brace for, and it's a lot to kind of stay on top of for folks when things are constantly changing. What are some of the things that we need to know this year?
Well, there are a few provisions that came in with the One Big Beautiful Bill Act that are significant changes from prior law. One is that the so-called SALT deduction, state and local tax deduction, ceiling has been raised from $10,000 to $40,000. Now, we don't have an income tax here in Florida, but we do have high property taxes. So this may impact some filers in terms of being able to deduct their state and local taxes, in particular property taxes. That's effective. Currently, it's effective for tax years 2025 through 29. We'll see what happens, as time passes and we get closer to that sunset in 29. There are also some new deductions. The tax on tips is now available up to about $25,000, and these deductions are subject to so-called phase outs as you get higher in terms of your overall income. But assuming you're not in that higher income bracket, you can deduct up to $25,000 in tips. If you make tips, they have to be qualified tips and so on. Similarly, overtime pay is subject to an exclusion, not taxable. Now, for overtime pay, it's really just the portion of your pay that is a premium for the fact that it's overtime. So if, for example, you make 1.5 times your normal salary when you work overtime, or your normal hourly rate when you work overtime, that extra 50% is not subject to tax. The basic regular amount that you would earn remains subject to tax. Another new provision is a deduction for auto loan interest. So if you buy a new vehicle in 2025 through 2028, and you pay interest on the loan to finance that vehicle, you can deduct that interest. So that's another major new provision. The other provisions, significant provisions in the Act, really are to make permanent provisions that had been temporary with the 2017 Tax Act. So tax rates that had been in place for that limited period of time continue to be in place permanently now. The standard deduction, you may recall, was significantly increased in 2018. That increase is now permanent. The so-called pass-through deduction that gives a deduction for a business activity that's conducted through a partnership or an S corporation, or also by a sole proprietor, has been made permanent, that 20% deduction. So those are the main ones, I would say, that are the significant changes or new provisions in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act.
Let's talk about some of those new deductions that you were talking about there when it comes to like tips, overtime, the auto loan interest. What about documentation for those? Is that stuff that will be coming from forms we're already getting? Do we need to be on the lookout for new tax forms? Is that stuff that we need to kind of pull together ourselves? What do people need to know about how they can?
There are going to be new tax forms for that. I'm not sure what the forms will be. I do know, for example, that for the tips, it has to be so-called qualified tips. So there needs to be some documentation that you've earned the tips in connection with the regular conduct of being a wait person. So you can't just sort of say, this was a tip. You need to be regularly employed as a wait person to take that deduction. The IRS will be coming out with guidance and forms over the next weeks and months. One of the main things the IRS does is implement tax change or is enable tax changes to be implemented by creating the forms that taxpayers need to fill out. Now, oftentimes these forms are for the employer rather than for the taxpayer. I'm not sure how it's going to shake out in terms of the tip form. My guess is it's going to be an employer form, but I don't know for sure. And let me just circle back on that, by the way, the tips and the overtime. Just to be clear, that's an income tax exclusion, not a FICA, that is a payroll tax exclusion. So you still have to pay payroll taxes on those items of income, but you don't have to pay the income tax if you otherwise would be subject to it.
So what is your kind of bottom line recommendation for folks as we start kind of going through this process? I know I've got a folder together every time I get forms in the mail and that kind of thing, just because they kind of trickle in, and it you kind of hard to keep track sometimes of what all you might have, what all you might need. What do you recommend now that this process is kind of getting underway?
So I think the thing to, in terms of record keeping, you're going to want to make sure if you are, for example, buying a new car, you want to have, records of the interest paid. Now, it's possible that lenders will be issuing some form of a 1099 form for that. I'm not sure, but you'd want to keep a record of the auto loan interest that you pay during the year. Over time, I think that's going to be something that you'll want to keep track of. I think I'd be surprised if employers did not separately break that out for you and keep track of it. Nevertheless, I think you'd want to just keep an eye on it to make sure that you have a record of overtime. If you are, there are a number of taxpayers who, because of the enlarged state and local tax deduction that goes from $10,000 to $40,000, may no longer be taking the standard deduction as they were in prior years. They may be switching over to itemizing. And so they're going to want to keep track of all of their records with respect to itemized deductions. That includes charitable contributions, of course, property tax payments, also sales taxes. So there is a provision that permits deduction of amounts paid for general sales taxes. And so it may not, for most people, it doesn't make sense to do that if they're, because most people don't want to itemize. But now if you're put in the itemizing basket because you have an enlarged property tax deduction, you're going to want to have some record of that. Now you're able to use tables to calculate that, but if you have you can document more in amounts paid for sales taxes than the tables would otherwise provide, then you can deduct that amount. So you want to keep those kinds of records. Basically, any records that relate to these items that I've just been discussing.
David, it's a stressful time, I think, for a lot of people thinking about taxes and getting them done or doing them yourself. What's your biggest piece of advice for people?
Don't wait to the last minute if you can avoid it. Now, having said that, everyone is eligible for the sort of free extension that will allow you to defer filing your taxes until October 1 at no penalty. So if you really can't get the taxes done by the regular deadline, April 15, you can take the extension. You should just be aware that the extension does not provide any, it's not an extension on the amount you owe. So if you owe taxes, you want to get them paid on time, but you can delay filing your form, your 1040 or 1040 EZ or whatever it is, until October 1 if you need to. But apart from that, I would just say, get started on it, gather your records. It does take a little while sometimes for all the records to come in. People get 1099s. sometimes don't get them till or even K1 forms if they are partners in a partnership, may not get them until well after January 30 or 31. So you want to gather your information and be ready to do your returns in time. If you're using a preparer, an accountant, be in touch with them sooner rather than later. They need lead time to prepare your return. I know the last thing that they like is for someone to call them up 3 days before the filing deadline and dump a whole bunch of documentation on them and ask them to do their return timely. So just be mindful of the deadline and start gathering your records sooner rather than later.
You talk about those records coming in. Is there a deadline that, whether it's your employer or bank or whoever, is there a deadline that they have to send those forms, those records out to you?
Yeah, typically the 1099s are due by the end of January. And for other kinds of records like K1s and so on, that can depend on the taxable year of the entity. A K1 is for a partnership, and then you have some lag time after that. So that can be, sometimes that's a little bit later than January 31. I know I've gotten K1s in March, which, it doesn't thrill me. But generally speaking, they should get there well before the deadline for filing your returns.
All right, David Hazen, University of Florida law professor and editor-in-chief of the Florida Tax Review. We appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live and talking taxes with us here today.
My pleasure. Thanks again.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us here on this Tuesday. An Orlando City soccer player may be on the move. We're talking about defender Alex Freeman, who, according to reports, is likely to transfer to Villarreal, a club with La Liga in Spain. He was already expected to leave when his contract expired at the end of the year, but could be getting ready for that transfer just months before the start of the 2026 World Cup. Alex Freeman is a key member of the U.S. men's national team, and a rising star in the game as well. And Fox 35 associate producer Aaron Page had the chance to speak with Alex Freeman last week about the honor of playing for the U.S. men's national team in the upcoming World Cup.
Like, I think it all started with my first start, right? It was the first start, first time to prove myself, you know, and for me it was just to be able to step on the field and be able to try to help my team as much as I can, you know, and I did that with a goal. You know, my first start, you know, something that, you know, it seems unlikely, right? It seems like a dream, it seems like it's not real. You know, I was able to do that and be able to have a good game as well, and just to be able to play my first 90, but also get my first start this last season and be able to win man of the match. I feel like that's when it finally hit that, you know, it's real and I have a chance to be good if I just put my mind to it.
For sure. That's a great message to send to a bunch of people who look up to you.
Yeah.
Think back to your early days. What moments or people shaped you the most as a player?
Yeah, I feel like I think the moment that really shaped me up to be the player I am is when I was younger and I won the U17 championship my first year here in Orlando. You know, just being my first year in the academy, moving away from my family. You know, it was just another journey that I had to prove myself I could do. You know, another obstacle I had to go through, being away from family and just be able to be in a new environment, you know, and be able with new coaches, new atmosphere, just be able to prove myself once again, you know, here and just be able to have a good season with the U17s, you know, and be able to, right after COVID here as well, when stuff was, I wouldn't say unorganized, but I would say more like, it was more like getting to the point where stuff wasn't secure. You know, you didn't have as much people watching because it was like a lot of COVID restrictions and everything with the mask. And just be able to go through all that adversity and be able to win national championship, you know, for the academy, I feel like it was something that really, really drove me.
Yeah. It sounds like you have a lot of pride about your time in the academy and your time
of
with the club. How has that experience prepared you for the international stage?
Yeah, I feel like the time in the academy is your time to prove yourself, right? I feel like it's your time to have the first team coaches come and look at you and be able to have that faith and that confidence in you to be able to sign you to a homegrown or sign you and be able to practice with the first team, the second team, you know, be able to have that pathway. So just be able to have that academy, you need to be great there before you be great with the first team, with the second team. So it's where you start is where, you know, you're going to make the most out of it to make it eventually at the first team where you eventually finish.
Let's talk about your time on the first team. We see a lot of young players repping their national teams internationally right now. Some names on top of my head, your mom, Luciala, Bellingham, and yourself as well. What message do you want to send to up-and-coming young players with aspirations to join the U.S. men's team?
Yeah, I think, for me, I think the message I want to send to young players is take your chances, right? You don't know when it's going to come next or when someone else can come and steal it. I feel like a lot of people take chances for granted here, and I feel like as a young pro, I feel like when you get the chance, you got to take it. You know, I feel like you don't get a lot of chances, especially in this environment. It's just be able to take them and be able to be 100%. You know, be able to win the hearts of coaches like Pochettino, coaches like Oscar here in Orlando. So just be able to win their confidence and have them support you as well, to be able to make it to that next level that you want to reach eventually. So I'll just say my thing is just, like I said before, it's just to be able to take your chances and be able to make the most out of it.
U.S. men's national team coach Pochettino, he coached Chelsea internationally, and obviously when you go out to the big stage, you will see a bunch of international players lining up against world-class attackers, world-class strikers, and wingers. What goes through your head in terms of preparedness, in terms of what you think best works for you when you're actually on the field, when you actually have the ball at your feet?
Yeah, I think.
So cool conversation there with Alex Freeman. We'll put that full conversation up online so you can watch it. Again, he was the Young Player of the Year for the MLS in 2025 and certainly has big things ahead for him. Well, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live this afternoon. We're out of time here on Fox 35 TV, but our live streaming news coverage continues next on Fox Local and on YouTube. And if you were with us yesterday in our 2 o'clock hour, you saw our conversations, or part of our conversations, with 5 major candidates for Florida governor. We're also going to be live streaming our full half-hour conversations with each of them, and we start at 3 o'clock with Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins. So you'll hear our full a 30-minute conversation with him. You can watch those live right now on Fox Local and on YouTube, but we'll also be live streaming that coming up next. So thanks for joining us, and have a good one.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Hi, I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for watching Fox 35 News Plus as we speak with the candidates for governor here in Florida in 2026. Pleased to be joined today by Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins, joining us via Zoom. Lieutenant Governor, we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Hey, Garrett, it's good to be on. Thanks for having me.
First of all, let's start. You are the newest entrant into this race. So how's the campaign going so far? How have things been going since you made this campaign launch?
No, Garrett, thank you for that question. No, it's been good. Honestly, one of the things I love about being lieutenant governor is the opportunity to go around the state, talk to so many people in so many corners of our state. It's just an absolute blessing. You know, I often say it, I get to represent almost 23.5 million people. Absolutely amazing opportunity. It's been well received. When we go in communities, when we talk to people, they want somebody who they can connect with, someone who has vision, and someone who's actually put points on the board and gotten things done. That's incredibly important to the people of Florida. And ultimately, you know, coming from a broken home, coming from, you know, abject poverty, growing up through the military and serving, it puts a lot of faith and trust that we have similarities. And if I can do it, we can do it. As a whole, there are no barriers. We just got to work together to bring people forward and protect our people, and that's what's most important in Florida.
Your run for governor had kind of been teased for a little bit. You know, for a while when you had been asked about it, you said that you had made a decision, but you wanted to wait until the right time to announce it. What made this the right time to announce it?
Well, there's a lot of things you got to take into account, right? So when you look at this, to be honest with you, one of the things that was critical in this whole process, and I've said it multiple times, you got to earn people's trust. You got to show them that before you ask for an opportunity to be the next governor, you better show them you're competent and capable in the job you're in. Over whatever 3-4 months, we have been all over the state. We have talked to people in every corner, an absolute blessing and opportunity. And I needed to show that. And then, of course, as I said in every interview, I think, you got to make sure your family's good, your support structure is good, and that my approach to leadership and my vision for the state is being well received, because it's not about me. I'm not going to put my family, the state, or anybody through it if I don't think what I have to do or my approach to leadership is going to register with the people, because ultimately that's what it's about. Are the citizens of Florida, those 23.5 million people, or just about, right, that we serve every single day. And man, great to be in. Great to have the reception we are, and now it's all go, right? All gas, no brakes.
Now let's talk a little policy here. We know one of the major issues that folks are talking about and concerned about here in Florida is affordability. And so before we get into some of the solutions, I've been asking every candidate that we've talked to the same question as well, because it's interesting, I think, to hear the various answers. How did we get here to what many are describing an affordability crisis in the state of Florida?
Well, I think you're seeing a lot of the long-term negatives of inflation, right? A lot of that's at the federal level. There's only so much we can do to negate that. But, you know, I also think there's still some compounding issues going back to COVID that we're dealing with in terms of small businesses that were closed and people that started up. And the reality is, where we're at right now, we know that hurricanes have wreaked havoc for the last 5 years-ish, right? We know there was a whole gap in time before that. You know, we had 1 year without it. You know, God willing, we'll have a few more without it, which is often the case. But I think it's a compounding factor. People are moving here, 800 to 1,200 a day. That's been the norm since COVID. We know that The real cost of inflation was never really dealt with under the Biden administration. We know that that's been a compounding issue. We know that President Trump has been working judiciously to help push our nation forward. And at the state level, we've been working very hard to support that. And I think you see things improving. But what I want to talk about here is how do we put money back in people's pockets, but also how do we get the gas pedal on, right? We can save some money here and fix problems, absolutely. You know, what we did with tort reform has made significant improvements in terms of getting money back and lowering insurance rates. You see that being stabilized and dropped across the state. Our auto insurance is doing the same thing, but there's still more meat on the bone. So absolutely, we need to continue to keep the tort reform where it's at, maintain that, and make sure that we don't have that buildup of billboard attorneys and those things going on again. The second piece of this is if there are insurance companies that do the wrong thing, I am so grateful that we have a governor like Ron DeSantis, our CFO, Blaise Ngolia, who are holding those insurance companies accountable and finding them when they do misrepresent or make mistakes. What's good for Peter has to be good for Paul, right? It's the same on both sides. You got to hold people accountable. The other part of that is the property tax debate. The reason we've honed in so hard on property tax is simple. It's the lever we can pull. As I mentioned, inflation is largely a federal issue. Many of the things outside of that, we can't control, but we can help push property tax reform. And that's the easiest way to help homeowners put money back in their pockets for homesteaded properties. The governor's vision and what I support is getting rid of property tax on homesteaded properties. That puts dollars right back in. That also enables the American dream, which is home ownership, and gets the government out of the way. We know that if you always have to pay taxes, you never truly own your home if the government can take it. And grateful for all of that. The last part of it is this. The American dream is owning your home, but it's also having jobs and industry that grow with you and salaries that are incredible. There are so many opportunities to continue to energize our economy, bring in more jobs. You know, let's look at shipbuilding. That's just one opportunity where we can really bring in jobs above 80,000 into multiple areas in the state. I think we should try to build things like cranes in our ports. Right now, those are built in China and a little bit in Germany and some in Ireland. Why can't we build those here? Why can't we create that industry in the state of Florida? We have to supercharge that. And it's something that Marco Rubio talked about in his first book ages ago. You know, a lot of industry left. We got to organically build that up. The American dream isn't just eking by, it's exceptional. It's dreaming big dreams. It's making those things happen. And I believe the best days of this state and this nation are ahead of us, but it's not the government, it's the people. And we got to provide them those opportunities.
Let's talk a little bit more about property taxes. Obviously, a big conversation right now, not just in Tallahassee, but all across the state, something that the people are keeping a close eye on. We've heard time and time again that if local governments cut spending, that because of the non-homesteaded property taxes that are coming in and the percentage of that they would probably be okay. But I want to talk about some of these maybe smaller counties, these more rural counties, that maybe don't have a whole lot of additional revenue coming in. And so how do you, specifically with those counties, make sure that they're not left behind, that they can still provide the services for the folks who live there that they need and that they expect?
Yeah, no, great question. So first, let me say this. I am the Lieutenant Governor of Florida, and I am ride or die with our Governor, Ron DeSantis. He is an amazing leader, and he has been so right on so many issues. We know that less than 30% of the money that comes from property tax is from homesteaded properties. That's doable. But let's talk about those fiscally constrained in some of those rural counties. You know, some of them, it's going to be an issue, right? We know that mathematically. And one of the things the governor has said throughout this process is he's not going to leave those people behind. You know, we have plenty of opportunity to take care of them, plenty of opportunity to make that work. And he said, look, he doesn't mind the state coming in and making that work if it means empowering home ownership for our people, you know, just offsetting that cost. That's something he's been very straightforward about since Jump Street. You know, we'll see how that plays out. But in the end, the math is being worked. We got to get the House and the Senate to come forward and pass just one bill. And that bill, once approved and signed by the governor, has to go on the ballot. And 60% of the people have to support that. And I can tell you, when I go around the communities, people feel like local governments have increased property values and property tax amounts over and over and over. It just keeps rising. And yet they look at the municipal services and they don't see the commensurate growth in law enforcement, in teacher pay, in roads. So where did the money go? People pay attention, they notice, and they want leadership that puts them first. And that's what we're going to continue to do here in the state of Florida, and why property tax relief for homesteaded properties is so critical. It helps our people first.
House and Senate Democratic leaders came out after the governor's State of the State address and said they believe some of the focus on property taxes is a little misplaced, and what they believe would be more helpful would be additional property insurance reforms. I know you talked about the importance of holding these insurance companies accountable, but do you think additional reforms are needed as well to help with affordability in that arena?
Yeah, so I'll tell you this. You've always got to keep working. Good enough is never good enough. Just because we've had improvement doesn't mean we've done everything we can. We always look for things to improve on, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't do property tax and continue to look at property insurance. I do know this: if we roll back and we let our feet off the gas pedal, so to speak, on the tort reform, the things we did a few years back, it's going to have a negative reciprocal effect, and everybody's property insurance rates will go up because the lawsuits will increase. And that always gets passed on to the consumer. It's that simple. So look, I think we're always going to look. You always got to dig into it. I know the governor and Blazing Golia, myself, the insurance commissioner, Mikey Y, we're all digging into this. And we're all trying to figure out how to bring about and save people more money every single time. But simply put, we got to draw more insurance companies here so we can mitigate that risk in a wider population and get better rates, where the law of competition is going to help offset that. And we're working that. More and more people want to come in on the primary and secondary markets. So yeah, I don't disagree. We should continue to look, but I do disagree that we shouldn't be looking at property tax. We can do both. This is Florida. We do hard things.
Let's talk a little bit about housing costs. And is there something that you think the state needs to do or should do when it comes to maybe encouraging increased housing supply while also making sure that the state doesn't overdevelop and lose some of the natural resources that make Florida in a lot of ways?
Look, all of us love what we have here. It's a beautiful state. Go outside right now. Even though it's a little chilly outside, it's breathtaking. You know, you get out in the lakes, you get out in the waterways, those canals, it's amazing. We know why we love Florida. But look, yes, we have to have more opportunity, more housing, and more low-cost housing. But how do we do that? I don't think more government programs are the issue. One of the things that we talked about with illegal immigration, there were over 1 million people released into our state by the Biden administration. Where are they living? Are those homes that should be going to help offset and lower costs to our people? I think you have to deal with that. And that's why focusing on legal immigration is such an important part of this. It does make a difference when a lot of those homes are going out to help people who aren't citizens, that aren't here legally. And I say this first and foremost because, look, my wife's family, they immigrated here in the 50s. She was born in America, raised in America, served our nation. But they know the cost of doing this the right way. You got to get in line. You got to do it the right way, and the whole system works. When you're here illegally, a lot of those lowest cost homes and the things with renting or starter homes, they go to people who aren't citizens. And that's a problem. We have to open that up. I do think the two things that we can work on right now, and they're a day one thing if we can't solve them beforehand, and I hope we do solve them beforehand, just to make that clear. When it comes to impact fees, we got to get our head wrapped around impact fees. That increase in cost goes directly to the consumer, directly to people who want to buy a home. And that's something that really has gone unchecked largely. And then in terms of when you're building your home, when you're getting these permits, and they're getting delayed for this, for that, for, federal issues or even some local issues. Those increases go directly to the consumer. I think we got to dig long and hard into permitting. I do. I think we have to make sure that less games are played, because when things get drug out for month after month after month, it gets passed on directly to those consumers in terms of overspend. Those are the two things I know we can fix. And I know they're right over the target because I hear this from homeowners. I hear this from people building. And I hear this from leaders in communities saying, yeah, we got to get a check on this. And I'm so grateful that people have entrusted me by coming to us and letting us know that. But that's something we got to get fixed right now.
You mentioned illegal immigration. Let's talk a little bit about that. We know Florida has been a leader and played a large role in that during the DeSantis administration, especially after President Trump was inaugurated for his second term. What would illegal immigration enforcement look like under a Jay Collins administration? Would anything look differently than it is now? And how do you make sure that there's not too much of a burden on local law enforcement for these efforts in addition to their normal duties?
Sure. So let's peel that back just a little bit. One of the things that I've loved, I've sat down with law enforcement from the west side of our state all the way to the east and north to south, and specifically on immigration, on time, on tools, on training, on making sure they have the people they need to make this happen. And, all of those things are compounding. What I know is this: we are so grateful to have people in our community within law enforcement that do amazing work. We are at an all-time safe level in our state in terms of security. And when we feel safe in our homes and are safe in our community, we have strong families, more people move here, our economy grows. That's a benefit, but we can do more. We can always do more to provide. So how do we do that? One, I think in terms of immigration, I've stood very strong with the president on this. I support his efforts. I support our governor's efforts. And in fact, I have led from the front on these issues with him day after day, time after time. That'll never stop, because I think in the end, there are 23.5 citizens of this state that are our focus. They have to be our focus. That's the answer to your first part. The second part is this: no, I don't think it's too much strain on our local law enforcement, but I do think we have to sit down. We got to talk manpower. We got to talk training. We got to talk how the state can help them achieve their success with our state assets. How can we help our sheriff's departments, our local law enforcement, and how can we make this easier for everybody? Look, man, God gave us 2 ears and one mouth for a purpose. I trust our men and women in law enforcement because they are the experts in their community. They know their people. And I look forward to sitting with each and every sheriff, police chief, and anybody else who wants to sit and talk to us on these issues, because they get it. They live it. But I also want to make this note, and I'm so glad you brought up law enforcement. Look, we've got to talk about the people behind the badge. What they do, from our federal assets with ICE and the Border Patrol, all the way down to local and municipal law enforcement, is incredible. They're community servants, they're leaders, and we absolutely have to give them time, tools, and training. But we also got to make sure that they get to live the American dream, because when they get off shift, they're moms and dads, they're sons and daughters, and they want to live that American dream. And we owe them the ability to get back to their families safe and secure and have a great state where we hold people accountable, where we live on the rule of law, and we honor those who put their neck on the line for our people and honor their service and sacrifice of them and their families, because they pay a real burden and cost. All of those things have to continue to happen. And I do know it's possible because we're very successful now. And I'm grateful for the hard work and dedication of all of our men and women in law enforcement.
Let's shift gears here a little bit and talk about education, because we're seeing some schools and school districts having to make tough choices, maybe even close down some schools over concerns of low enrollment and lack of funding, as students and parents flock to other schools, whether it's charter schools or whatever the case may be. How do you ensure that public schools are adequately funded in the state of Florida?
So look, I support school choice. I do. I think the money should follow the child, because in the end, that's who we support and who we serve. But I want you to know, my kids go to public school. That's the right footprint for me. So not only do I believe it, I live it. Many of our schools are thriving. Many of our schools are pushing forward. One of the most basic premises in life is that competition drives excellence. And having money follow the people means that everybody has to raise this up. I am happy to sit down with leaders and find ways for the state to make sure this is managed and handled efficiently. And, just as we've been doing, we started this school choice program and the results have been fantastic. But there's always things to clean up when you do this. You roll out something big, there's going to be things that happen, and we can work through those. But we do fund our schools. We are performing and we are growing. But I want to make sure that we pay our teachers well enough for them to have a great life. They do an incredible service. We have to make sure we teach our people the right content, our children the right content to make them grow as citizens of Florida, our United States, but also make them marketable and competitive out there in the real world. I want them to be successful. I want them to live that American dream. I also think that we have to make sure that as we talk about this, we take the emotion out and we look at the people, not the politics. And I say it that way to be very straightforward. 2 years ago, we had to, last session, so a year and a half ago, I guess, we had to make sure that the money we put in for our increase in spending was pushed and locked into teacher pay because there were some games being played in terms of the unions using that for leverage. Y'all, our teachers are incredible people. They put their neck on the line. What we've done in this state to increase their pay has been just graphically and demonstrably great because we put our money where our mouth is. And yet we didn't see all the teacher salaries increase. That's political games. We are so grateful for our teachers. Stop playing games. Let's come to the table and let's solve real issues, in terms of putting success first, our people first. That's what we have to do. And again, I'm proud of what Governor DeSantis and his team has done. Stassi, his education commissioner, works incredibly hard every single day for our people. And, I know they're having meetings, as we speak across the state on these issues. So let's work together. Let's prioritize it. Let's keep pushing for school choice and making sure that the right type of education is there for everybody because one size doesn't fit all.
Just a couple minutes left with you here, and I want to talk a little bit about governing. You have kind of framed your candidacy as a continuation of Governor DeSantis's legacy over the past 7 years that he's been in office, but you haven't gotten an endorsement from the governor. Should that be a concern to those who do want to see a continuation of Governor DeSantis's legacy in office?
No, look, that's not a concern. I was handpicked by him to be his lieutenant governor, right? More than anything else, competition drives excellence. I didn't expect the endorsement when I launched. I wanted to launch at the appropriate time. I'm in contact with our governor. I have complete faith and trust in his approach. And I know where he is with me because we talk regularly. When he wants to and if he chooses to, that's great. But the fact is this, I am here to serve our state, serve our 23.5 million people, and continue to protect my boss, the governor of Florida, and protect our people who are the ultimate boss of all of us because they elect us. And that best way to provide that stability is for me to be the next governor. And I'm grateful for all the governor's done for me. Period. And it's that simple, I guess,
The governor does have some icy relations with some in the legislature right now. We have seen some come out and say that they don't always believe that Governor DeSantis respects the legislature as a co-equal branch of government. As a former state senator yourself, obviously, would you deal or work with the legislature differently, or what would those relationships look like?
Look, I like people. I am a people first person. I believe life is a people industry. Yes, I am a senator, but I was also very successful working with Governor DeSantis. I passed 55 pieces of legislation, somewhere around there, just a little over, in 3 years. That's more than most people pass in 8. And those were hard, difficult bills. I hope that this session goes wonderful. I want to see Governor DeSantis go out on top because of a great session. I want to see Speaker Perez and Ben Albritton, our Senate president, go out on top, because when that happens, it serves the will of our people, it protects our people, and it's better for everybody. But look, I've got friends in both chambers. I have friends at the city and county level. But more than anything, we got to make sure that we are performing every day for the people of Florida. And that means we have to maximize every moment, every second of the time we have on the ground. Because when we do that right, and we move to our standard, and we hit everything we're supposed to do, we're going to continue to thrive, because there is so much talent in those chambers, so much opportunity in the state of Florida. And again, I know the best days are ahead of us. And together, rowing the boat, making things work, we can make that absolutely happen.
Couple lighter things here, because we are just about out of time. Give us your favorite song right now on your campaign playlist.
Oh, my campaign playlist. You know what? I don't know that I have a favorite one. I grew up on a farm. I like everything from Johnny Cash to modern day country to old school 90s rap, right? Like I've got Tupac, and I have Chris Stapleton and Johnny Cash. So there you go.
Okay, a little bit of everything. Love it.
That's right.
And your go-to meal, maybe the night before you have something big going on.
All right. Well, this is easy. Look, man, I'm a meat and potatoes guy. I love steak. I love our Florida beef. I am all in. Nothing better than a good New York or a good ribeye, cooked medium rare, with some fries, some vegetables, and a little bit of good bread. But doing that with family.
All right. Well, now that I am hungry, we will wrap this up there. Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins, we appreciate you taking the time and going in depth with us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Appreciate you.